Football season is about to kick off, and that means it's time to list your football future bets on PropSwap. Did you know before the season started last year, the Buccaneers were 60-1 to win it all? Now that's a futures bet. You just never know what can happen. Or hey, maybe you do. Sports bettors cash in early and often when they list long shots on PropSwap. The average monthly seller makes $500 a month on PropSwap just posting and selling tickets. So join them by going to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. PropSwap, where America buys and sells sports bets.
A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is 97.3 ESPN, home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They've got 'em!
WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Monday edition of the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We are live as always on YouTube and Twitter at 973 ESPN. We got a busy show to get to today because the weekend yielded tons of things to talk about as the Eagles are working their way down to 53. Remember, 53 they must have by tomorrow at 4 p.m. The Eagles have already made some moves over the weekend. They told Nick Mullins goodbye. Gardner Minshew, hello. By the way, Minshew's on the field today practicing with the Eagles. Furthermore, they've already cut 5 guys yesterday. Then today, they activated 2 guys from the PUP list. To the Eagles, they're making roster moves. So is the rest of the NFL. So we will keep you updated on all of those details throughout the show today on 97.3 ESPN+. Plus, the Phillies are actually winning games. So after I ripped them through the entire losing streak, I got to give them credit that they won some games. Now, they got to keep winning games if they're serious about trying to get back into this division race, because as of right now, the Braves are still holding a solid lead over them. So we'll get to the Phillies as well. Also, we played you the audio from Shams Charania of The Athletic on Friday's show. Well, Shams wrote a follow-up article about his Ben Simmons report today in The Athletics. I will give you those details as well right here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Talk about all those topics and more coming up on the show. Kevin McCormick from Sports Illustrated and 97.3 ESPN.com, our Sixers writer, he'll join us at 2:40 p.m. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City for his weekly appearance bumps up to 3 p.m. for today's show. Geoff Mosher, Eagles Insider, Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast at 4 p.m. with the latest on the Eagles. Bob Wankel, Phillies reporter from Crossing Broad, joins us at 4:40. And then CBS Sports NFL writer Jeff Kerr joins us for his every Monday appearance right here at 5:25, right on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. So we got every base covered today, literally and figuratively, on the show because, like I said, we got a lot to get to. And I want to do a cursory hit on all 3 of the main topics for today's show. And obviously, if anything comes up, you can chime in throughout the show as well. Text board is open, 609-403-0973. Also, you can message the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle City. Of course, if you message the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, you get a priority access into the show and the conversation. And, of course, everyone who watches on YouTube and Twitter. And, of course, you could jump in on the stream below as you watch the show. Just follow at 973 ESPN. Glad to have you guys on board the show today. So we got a lot of topics to cover. And I want to hit on the big 3 here in the opening segment. First of all, I want to give everybody the latest lowdown on what's going on with the Eagles. Okay? So, over the weekend, starting with Saturday, and boy, did I pick a bad day to take a personal day on the weekend? Because as you guys know, I usually work on Saturday, right? And, you know, seeing how the text board reacted when the Minshew trade happened, I immediately regretted taking a personal day because I am not going to stand by and let people vomit this irrational content that they do in certain platforms. I understand that some of the people out there are influenced, whether minimally or heavily, by certain people in the media. And I have taken 2 personal days in the last 8 days. All right. I took a day to myself last Tuesday, and I took a day to myself on this past Saturday to get a little extra sleep, to get ready for this week filling in for Mike Gill. And I observed in my time outside of this world that I live in each day that there are people who have opinions out there who are grossly misinformed, and they are also misinforming all of you. So I'm going to try at this point to cut through the clutter today. First of all, Gardner Minshew was not traded to the Eagles just because the Eagles want to trade for Deshaun Watson. If you believe that, then either you have inside information that nobody else does, or you live with a tinfoil hat. And here's why. Gardner Minshew was acquired by the Eagles for 2 specific reasons. Number 1, Nick Mullins looked like trash in the preseason. I don't know if Mullins is ever going to recover from that surgery he had in the offseason. He had that elbow issue. There were people who were not sure if he was going to be ready for this season, and his arm did not look like it had the velocity anymore. He looked like more, honestly, his arm looked more like Kellen Moore's than Nick Mullins, actually, because it just did not have velocity. He had no drive on his throws. He looked tentative. He was just trash in the preseason. So you had to move on from him, because if you want to go into the season with 3 quarterbacks, Nick Mullins can't be here. End of story. Number 2, the man who drafted Gardner Minshew is now working in the Philadelphia Eagles front office. David Caldwell was the GM in Jacksonville, and Caldwell drafted Minshew, and his people were very high on him coming out of college. And we know from the Eagles' history in the last decade that whoever works in the front office has influence over Howie, whether it's Joe Douglas, whether it's Andrew Berry, whether it's Andy Weidel, whether it's anybody who has rolled in and out of this organization in any capacity. They all have had Howie's ear. And we know for a fact that there were players drafted from 2017 to 2019 purely because Joe Douglas told Howie he should draft these guys. And there were players who were signed or acquired because Andrew Berry said we should get this guy. And there have been people who've been drafted since Joe Douglas left just because Andy Weidel said you need to get this guy. So there's no reason to not believe that David Caldwell is filling the same role as everyone else who has been in and out of this organization. And that is, Howie, I drafted this guy, Gardner Minshew, when I was in Jacksonville. Go get him. He is way better than this Nick Mullins. And you're giving up a conditional draft pick that at best can be a 5th round pick. So you're basically giving up almost the little draft capital that the Jags spent on him years ago. Furthermore, this opens the opportunity if another team wants to acquire a quarterback from you. Now you have a plethora of quarterbacks. Because we're already seeing some trades happen here, happen there. We know the Bears, according to Albert Breer of Sports Illustrated, are listening to trade offers from Nick Foles. Carson Wentz just got put on the COVID list by the Colts. Sam Ehlinger is going to miss about 6 to 10 weeks with a knee issue. The only quarterback right now in Indianapolis is Jake Eason. So if I'm the Bears with Nick Foles and I'm the Eagles with Minshew and Flacco, I'm taking calls. And if any of these speculative rumors out there, which were fueled last night by Drew Rosenhaus about Deshaun Watson going to Miami, because when Brian Flores was asked about the situation with all these reports about Deshaun Watson being traded to Miami, he just didn't address them at all. He didn't deny them. No one in Miami has denied them. And no one has come out and denied what Drew Rosenhaus said last night. And I'll play that audio later in the show. But if the Texans are trading Watson to Miami, which if that does happen, I would be surprised. Not surprised that would happen, but surprised it would happen in the timing it happens. Then what do the Texans do? Do they acquire Tua in that deal? And how does that impact the rest of the market? Look around the NFL. People are always trading for players. There were a couple of trades made today. Panthers acquired Darryl Johnson from the Bills. Trades happen this time of year. It's just part of the game. So if you're the Eagles, now you have ammunition. Now you have more quarterbacks out there. So that's what this deal was about. All right. So that's the first thing that happened over the weekend that we had to address. All right. The second thing that happened was the first 5 players cut after the last game. No surprises here. Kerry Angeline, the tight end, who was basically there to fill out a roster spot for the preseason. Jaquan Bailey, Elijah Holyfield, who has been in and out of this organization the preseason for the last few years. Mark and Michelle, who was basically brought in here because they needed to fill a roster spot for the final 2 preseason games. And Rashad Smith, who again was here just to fill out things. So, the Eagles got down to 75 yesterday. Then today, interestingly enough, 2 names pop up on the news report. The Eagles announced today they have activated from the non-football injury list Landon Dickerson. And they have activated Rodney McLeod from the PUP list. So now, when we're all calculating what the 53-man roster is going to look like to start tomorrow at 4 p.m., now you know who is going to be on the initial roster. Now, this complicates things because just because you activate them from the PUP list and the NFI list doesn't mean both those guys are ready to go week 1. It just means that they're available to practice until you make any other roster moves. Because whatever the 53-man starts at 4 p.m. tomorrow doesn't have to be what it's going to be for the next week. Because the roster can have this ebb and flow to it, this fluidity that you say, hey, this guy makes the roster, so now we can trade somebody. Or are the Eagles preparing to make some trades like other teams are doing right now before we get to 4 p.m. tomorrow? You know, I just saw Rashad Breeland get cut by the Lions. Is he a guy the Eagles call up and say, listen, if we cut Fulgham and J-Jaw, you're going to sign to be our 5th receiver? Certainly a possibility. I wouldn't shy away from that idea for certain. There's a lot of ways this roster can play out, and we'll keep you updated here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN.com, and don't forget the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. All right, so you have a situation where we know what's going on with the Eagles. That's the latest on the Eagles as of 2:13 p.m. on August 30th. Now, got to get to the Phillies. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. As always, you can chime in throughout the show. Text board 609-403-0973. Priority direct message to the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. thanks to First Bank of Seattle City, allows you to direct message all the shows, as well as check out all the content over at 97.3ESPN.com right on your phone. Eagles, Phillies, Sixers, Flyers, local high school sports coverage, all on 97.3ESPN.com and for free on the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. You can message the show thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. So, got you to your Eagles part, first of all. Now I got you to the Phillies. Now, look, I was ripping the Phillies profusely, excessively, extensively last week. You lost 3 straight games, and 2 of them you could have won, and the third one you were lucky to get within a run of. But they turned it around over the weekend. Friday, they won in 11 innings. Saturday, they completely shut out the Diamondbacks. Sunday, they win 7-4. And look at the 2 guys who earned wins from their starts over the weekend. They were 2 pitchers who were not on your roster as starters to start the year. Ranger Suarez and Kyle Gibson did not start the year in your rotation. And now they were keys to getting you back on track over the weekend, as you scored 7 runs in 3 straight games. The Phillies have not scored 7 runs in 3 straight games until this weekend at all since the All-Star break. So this weekend, the offense finally woke up, which is a good sign, because you're going to be without Rhys Hoskins moving forward. You cannot depend on that guy coming back now. It was now or never to wake up. Now, they got to figure out what they're doing with Real Muto, because remember, he left the game yesterday with some ankle issue, which they're being particularly vague about. But whatever they do, they're going to have to figure out first base. Now, yesterday they did put Didi Gregorius on the paternity list. They called Nick Maton up. So I would expect either Brad Miller or Luke Williams to go to first base until Realmuto is ready to go back to first base. But still, over the weekend, there was one guy who seemed to just take charge offensively over the weekend. One guy for all 3 games that showed up. And showed up pretty big. And I'm not talking about Bryce Harper. No. Not talking about Harper here. The guy I'm talking about was Segura. Gene Segura finally woke up. Segura had the winning hit on Friday night. Then on Saturday, he had that home run in the third that ballooned the lead to 4-0, that kind of put the Diamondbacks, started to put them out of their misery. And then on Sunday, he goes 2 for 4 and scored 2 runs. And by the way, all of those games that I just mentioned, Segura was either the 1 or 2 hole hitter every single game. All of those games, Segura had at least 2 hits. He had either RBIs or runs scored in every single game. I said to you guys before the weekend, someone has to pick up their big boy pants and get this team on their back and take the situation seriously. And it can't just be Harper. It can't just be the guy making the most money on the team. It had to be somebody else. Has to be something else. Someone else. Well, that someone else has proven to be Jean Segura. These guys are professional ball players. Everyone has to step up. And yes, while everyone had some part in the weekend's success, from Harper to Miller to Romuto to Gregorius to Galvis. Galvis had a few RBIs yesterday as well. Jean Segura was the constant all weekend. If Segura can wake up and do this more consistently for the rest of the Phillies schedule, they have a chance to make up ground. I can't promise you that they're going to win the division, but I can guarantee you they are a much more competitive team when the other guys are stepping up, specifically Gregorius because of where he is in the lineup. Right now, you're 4.5 behind the Braves. You've won 3 in a row. The Braves, they got a win yesterday, but they lost the day before. And now, going down the stretch, you got to win the games you're supposed to, Philadelphia. You have a chance to win games to make up some ground. Don't let this last 3-game streak be something fraudulent. Because the Braves have almost the same schedule as the Phillies over the next few weeks. Coming up, the Phillies have the Nationals for 3 games, the Marlins for 3 games, the Brewers for 3 games. Then the Rockies for 4, the Cubs for 3, the Mets for 3, the Orioles for 3, and then the Pirates for 3. The Braves have the Dodgers in LA for 3, at the Rockies for 4, home against the Nats for 3, then 3 against the Marlins, 3 more against the Rockies, 3 at the Giants, 4 in Arizona, 3 at San Diego. So, in theory, the Giants have a slightly more difficult schedule than the Phillies. And then after those stretches for both teams, they have 3 games against each other. The Phillies have to keep up with the Braves if they have any chance to win this division. And it starts with these next 6 games. At Washington for 3, day off, then at Miami for 3. You got Wheeler going tonight and Nola going on Wednesday. You have Gibson on Friday, Suarez on Saturday, Wheeler on Sunday. So you have Wheeler 2 times in the next 6 games. You got to make those starts count. You got to start winning these games. The weekend was a nice start in the right direction. Now you have to keep it going tonight in Washington. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. The Sports Bash being brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan is now open on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township next to Home Depot. Visit them online at mattblattnissan.com. We'll get to the Ben Simmons latest coming up on the other side. Kevin McCormick from Sports Illustrated and Sixers contributor for 97.3 ESPN.com joins us coming up at 2:40 p.m. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. At 3 p.m., Geoff Mosher, Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast at 4 p.m. Phillies reporter from Crossing Broad, Bob Wankel at 4:40. Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports NFL writer at 5:25. And you guys comment as well. Text board 609-403-0973. Direct message the show. Priority messaging from the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. And we are live on YouTube and Twitter. We'll get to your comments throughout the hour and the Ben Simmons latest next. I'm Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash. This is 97.3 ESPN.
Turn it on. Leave it on. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
It's back to school, and at Matt Blatt Kia, our math is easy. Put 0 down, make 0 payments for 90 days, or pay 0% financing for 60 months on every new 2022 Kia Stinger and Sportage in stock. Plus, we need your trade. We'll even buy it for cash, even if you don't buy a Kia from us. Used car values are at an all-time high. Your car may be worth more than you think. Worried about your credit? Forget it. We finance your future, not your past. All new 2021 Kia Niro EX-EV with 0 due at signing and 0 security deposit. Lease just $275 per month. It's basic math. 0 down, 0 payments, or 0 interest for 60 months.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
Offers with approved Tier 1 and 2 credit through Kia Motors Finance. Not all will qualify. 0% based on 1667 per 1,000 borrowed. Negative equity financed into new loan. Niro 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Excludes taxes, title, license, and doc fee. Offers don't combine. Call 877-289-6670 or go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details. Expires 9/6/2021.
Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
And now on Route 37 in Toms River.
FanDuel Sportsbook is hooking new users up with enhanced 30-1 odds for the first big college football game of the season. That's right. Pick either Georgia or Clemson to win, and you could turn $5 bet into $150 payout. New users, sign up and make your first deposit to kick off the college football season on FanDuel Sportsbook. There's no better place to bet on college football than FanDuel Sportsbook. With great promotions, fast payouts, and their app is easy to use. So download the FanDuel Sportsbook app and sign up using promo code Hennig to get enhanced 30-1 odds for the first big college football game of the season, Georgia versus Clemson this weekend. That's promo code Hennig on FanDuel Sportsbook. Must be 21 or to play and present in New Jersey. New users only. Must wager in designated offer market. $10 first deposit required. $150 max bonus. See full terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig back on the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app, and we are live on YouTube and Twitter at 973 ESPN. Sports Bash being brought to you by Dell for your small business needs. Call Dell Technologies Advisor today at 877 Ask Dell. That's 877 Ask Dell. Keep the comments coming in, 609-403-0973. You can direct message the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Priority messaging delivered by First Bank of Seattle City. We are live as always on YouTube and Twitter. We can join the conversation in the chat stream there as well. So I wanted to also get to the Ben Simmons news that came out. So I played you the audio from Shams Charania, and we were kind of just, reacting to it on Friday's show. And today, Shams expounded upon what he wrote, what he said on Friday in The Athletic today. And I know some of you out there don't have a subscription to The Athletic, so we want to give you an idea of what was actually said in that story. Basically, there's two parts of what Shams reported that I think stand out. Part of it is when he says that Philadelphia has conducted expansive discussions with several teams, including the Timberwolves and the Raptors, but neither the Timberwolves nor Raptors proposals have appealed to the 76ers as of yet. Philadelphia has a high price threshold for teams to meet in talks for Simmons thus far. That's the first thing to keep in mind. So they've been in contact with several teams, and Shams is confirming the reports that were made for the last several weeks about Minnesota and about Toronto. And when he says several teams, we all know that's at least, 4 to 8 you're talking about when you say several. So the reports about the Warriors' interest, the reports out there about Denver maybe being interesting, the rumors out there about New Orleans potentially being interested. There are legs to these rumors thanks to this Shams confirmation. The other part that is interesting is when it says the Timberwolves have been motivated to find a deal for Simmons, but would likely require a third team given their asset pool. So again, we've been telling you here on the Sports Bash, on 97.3 ESPN, this is potentially a 3-team deal to get what the Sixers want in a trade for a return. The other part of this deal is the very end, when Shams says, in some ways, the 76ers are stuck between deciding whether to make a move now or waiting until a star like Lillard shakes free. Now, he also addresses the fact that previously the Sixers did almost trade Simmons with 2 first-round picks and Matisse Thybulle with Houston, but Houston traded Harden to the Nets instead because of the multiple teams involved. So let's address all of that. So Shams is confirming some of what we already knew, or some of what we already had heard rumored. And the reason why this is significant is because we now have legs to a lot of the speculation out there. We have legitimate, specific substance to a lot of the speculation. This is not just some random schmo saying the Wizards want Ben Simmons. No. This is Shams, one of the top insiders on the planet, saying, listen, guys, this Ben Simmons trade stuff is real. He names teams. He names scenarios. He explains it all. So every ounce of speculation that we had for months is real now. This is no longer just Shams, suggesting, theorizing. This isn't some random dude on Twitter with 500 followers putting something out there. So we got to take this for what it is. Because if one of the number one people on the planet, when it comes to reporting about the NBA, is coming out and saying that all signs continue to point to Simmons' career in Philadelphia coming to an end. This gets back to what I told you guys over a month ago. You don't have conversations about a divorce if you're not all ready to have the separation. A couple doesn't separate and stop talking to each other unless they are serious about moving on without each other. This Ben Simmons situation is going to come to an head eventually. Whether it's him coming to camp and it being awkward as all you know what, or it's going to be the Sixers finding a way to move on sooner than later. And Shams, the last part of that post is a great point. Sixers got to make a decision. And I told you guys before, league MVPs like James Harden and Shaquille O'Neal and Allen Iverson were all traded for lesser value, quote unquote, than them. They weren't traded for superstars. The Sixers are the car dealership. They're negotiating. They're trying to get you to pay the premium price, but teams want to negotiate that price a little lower. So whenever the Sixers and the team they're negotiating with can come to a middle ground, that's when a deal is going to get done. And for those who don't know, you never take the first offer from the dealership. Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. This hour of the Bash being brought to you, as we mentioned, by Dell. For your small business needs, call Dell Technologies Advisor today at 877-ASK-DELL, at 877-ASK-DELL. We'll ask Kevin McCormick, Sixers insider over at 97.3 ESPN.com and over at Sports Illustrated, next on the Bash. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN.
This is the radio home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles open the 2021 season next Sunday in Atlanta against the Falcons.
Flying back. Here comes the rush. He's hit. They've got him back at the 35.
Pre-game coverage begins at noon. Merrill and Mike call all the action starting at 1. This is where the Eagles play. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
New Jersey car owners, stop what you're doing and come see AJ, the trade-in man, at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Cancel that service appointment. Let your tires go bald. Don't put another penny in that old car. The value of your current vehicle has skyrocketed, so cash in your vehicle now. Used car values are at an all-time high. Your car may be worth more than you think. New 2021 Nissan Frontier 4x4 truck. 0 due at signing. Lease $349 per month. Stuck in a loan or lease? We can get you released. We'll buy your car for cash, even if you don't buy a car from us. Worried about your credits? Don't sweat it. Get $3,000 back on every 2021 Nissan Murano and pay 0 interest for 60 months in Egg Harbor Township, next to Home Depot, or online at mattblattnissan.com. Negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle. Rate qualifications exist. Not all will qualify. 0% APR based on $1,667 per thousand borrowed. Offers can't be combined. 36 month, 10,000 miles per year lease. Call 877-289-6670 or go to mattblattnissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 9/6/21. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
Are wasps, ants, spotted lanternflies, or bed bugs bugging you? Viking Pest Control can protect your home or business. For a limited time, new Viking Pest customers save $50. Get a free quote at VikingPest.com.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig back here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We are live on YouTube and Twitter. This hour of the Bash being brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan is now open on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township next to Home Depot. Visit them online at mattblattnissan.com. As promised, get the more Sixers conversation now. The Shams report is out. Well, what does it all mean? Kevin McCormick, Sixers writer over at 97.3 ESPN.com and also over at Sports Illustrated, joins us now on 97.3 ESPN. Kevin, how you doing today?
Josh, I'm doing good. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too. And listen, I've been saying that, there's been a lot of speculation, a lot of rumor, a lot of suggestiveness when it comes to the Simmons stuff. But now you got what Shams said on Friday. He expands on it in his article today at The Athletic. This Simmons leaving Philadelphia stuff now has way more weight and legs than it ever has had before, in my opinion. What is your reaction initially to what Shams reported?
I wouldn't say it gained any more serious traction. Obviously, when someone to the caliber of Shams is bringing it up, I agree in the sense of it gains a little more weight. In terms of the information that was brought out, it was kind of more of the same. So I would more agree with what you were saying before you brought me on, in the sense of it adds to the reports that we've seen all offseason of these multiple teams being interested. He name dropped Minnesota again, who has been arguably the biggest team all offseason to be linked to Simmons. I think throughout this whole pursuit, kind of just reading the entire landscape of the information that's been brought about, that Minnesota has been the most aggressive, but the roadblock has been Daryl Morey's asking price and what Minnesota has to offer. So I agree. It feels like Minnesota is kind of the front runner to try and land them, but only in the sense of if a third team can get involved.
Yeah, we're not confirming that he's going to Minnesota, but it's the fact that Minnesota has been rumored so much that they've stayed in the conversation. It has to make you think that something is swirling, something is going on for Shams to come out there and say what he said, because part of what he also said, Kevin, is the fact that he asked the question, do the Sixers make the deal or do they let him come to camp? We saw Harden come to camp last year and how much of a debacle that is. Do the Sixers really want the Harden fiasco in Philadelphia this year?
I think you do. I recently wrote a piece for SI about how Daryl Morey has been right in this whole situation of remaining patient. I think practicing patience will get you the best return. I think if Daryl Morey went with the trade early on in the offseason, nobody would have really liked the return. I think if we're sitting here weeks away from training camp and Ben Simmons was turned into Malcolm Brogdon and picks, people might have liked it in the moment, but now in hindsight, might not be as big a fan on the trade. The James Harden connection, while I think the situations might not be perfect, I don't see Simmons throwing a similar rant that we saw from Harden as he was kind of forcing his way out. Weirdly enough, through all of this, if you look at the verbiage that's been used in the Simmons situation and compare it to other situations, it's always words like Simmons is open to a trade and, would be willing to move, but it never says that he wants it or demands it. So I feel like while these reports have come out that the situation isn't great, and while I agree it might be awkward in the beginning after an off season full of rumors and Daryl Morey actively trying to trade Simmons, that, once the wheels kind of get turning and this core is back together, that the situation can at least be tenable until a trade is found.
Do you think that I'm just asking, just scenario wise, what if Lillard doesn't come available? What if another player like Beal doesn't come available? Do the Sixers just keep waiting for another disgruntled guy to maybe come along then?
So here's the thing. When you look at Simmons' aspect on the Sixers last year, the issues come in the postseason. throughout the regular season, the Sixers were phenomenal. They've been a 50-win team pretty much every year since Simmons has stepped on the floor with them. Granted, most people might cite Joel Embiid's dominance and rise to the upper echelon of NBA superstardom to be the key factor of the Sixers finishing first in the East. But Ben Simmons also played his part in that. He is still an all-world defender. He is still among one of the best facilitators. So, like I said, practicing patience is the thing. If you have to carry this all the way to the trade deadline, like I said, it might be awkward in the beginning, but I think when this team gets rolling and these pieces still work together in a regular season setting, maybe you do have to wait all the way to the trade deadline and reassess as you gear up for your postseason push.
Kevin McCormick joining us here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, Sixers writer over at 97.3 ESPN.com and over at Sports Illustrated at Kevin MCC NBA for all of his Sixers and NBA coverage. Kevin, with all that being said, one person we've not heard from throughout any of this is Simmons or anyone from his camp. There have been no responses, no anything except for videos of him working out, which we get every summer. So what is your perspective on how Simmons and his camp, their position to just be completely silent on all this has been?
I think it's smart just from the leverage aspect. I think if they truly do want a deal done, him, running around and being disgruntled doesn't necessarily help that situation. I think it more gives the Sixers leverage of, we might be trying to trade this all-star player, but he's not disgruntled in any sense of the way. And I think that's why we're seeing more reports now of the Sixers telling teams that they're willing to bring Simmons back in to start the season, because like I said, it's a leverage thing and the Sixers have one chance to get this right. So if Rich Paul and Ben Simmons do want to change the scenery out of Philadelphia, they're playing their cards right and kind of keeping the leverage on the Sixers side to get that trade done.
Kevin, I mentioned before the break that, sometimes you might not get the first thing you ask for, right? The Sixers are the car dealership. They're asking for a certain number, and maybe these teams are not willing to pay that number. Is there potentially a middle ground? Do you think there could be something that's saying, hey, we didn't get Damian Lillard, but we got maybe the next best thing down that would be worthwhile for the Sixers? Could that trade potentially be out there? Because we know, as Shams reports, as you and I talked about multiple times, you're probably going to need a third team involved. So this might not be about the Timberwolves giving you what you want. It might be another team getting involved who maybe they want what the Timberwolves have in terms of assets.
Yeah, I think that middle ground can be there, and I think it's just taken a little longer to get there than some might expect. We saw all the rumors early on in the offseason of Daryl Morey throwing out these ridiculous trade offers, and I think that was more to combat the lesser trade offers that were, being called to the Sixers in the beginning. Because you have to remember, all these teams, these organizations that are potentially in the mix for Simmons, the last time they saw him on the court was Game 7 against Atlanta. So there's still that bad taste in teams' mouths while still trying to acquire him, while they know that his entire situation isn't like that. That's still the last thing that their eyes have seen in terms of him playing. So I think Daryl Morey throwing out these ridiculous offers was more to try and meet in the middle and, hey, we'll come down from this ridiculous offer and still come away with something suitable. It might not be a superstar talent in any sense, but if you can get a third team involved and there is a situation where the Sixers move on from Ben Simmons and still move the needle for them and become closer to contending for a championship, I think that is that middle ground that people will be more than suitable with.
We just mentioned Morey's name a couple times here. How important is that Daryl Morey is the man pulling this trigger and it's not somebody else in your mind?
I think it plays a huge factor. His track record speaks for himself. Look at the way he traded for James Harden, the way he acquired Chris Paul. This is a guy who, kind of makes deals appear when they're not necessarily there. He's being known as a star hunter, and that's something that the Sixers need now as they're trying to pair another star with Joel Embiid as he enters his prime season. So I think having Daryl Morey running the show is, a big advantage in the Sixers end of this.
How also big is it the fact that we know that Shams said in his article, all signs are pointing this coming to an end? Does that make it a little bit more, maybe not specifically time-wise, but finality-wise, that this is coming?
I think so. But then again, if you look around from all these reports, that's kind of been the verbiage of it, that it's not necessarily an if anymore. In the early weeks of the offseason when they were first eliminated from the postseason, if was thrown around a lot. But as these talks continued on and on, it felt like it did shift to a when. you also have to think about the fact that Daryl Morey almost traded Ben Simmons for James Harden as well. So I think playing that into this now as well in terms of, talking with teams all offseason, even though there's reports that things might have stalled now, I'm still in the camp that it's still a when, not an if. And I agree that Shams taking the time to put that little note in there definitely does give it a little more weight.
I'm glad you brought that up because I feel like a lot of people were insinuating and suggesting that the Simmons Harden thing was real, but we never really had concrete reporting until now about it, about the details. Like we all knew that, hey, Daryl Morey wanted Harden. We all knew that. That wasn't like some rocket science. But Shams coming out and saying, oh, by the way, it was Simmons, Thibault, and 2 first-round picks. Kind of like, whoa, wait a minute. Like that's a little more detailed than I was expecting here, buddy.
Not to mention, how does Houston turn that down when you're looking at what they got in return?
Right?
They turned down Ben Simmons, Matisse Thybulle, and granted, the Sixers' first-round picks aren't of extreme value, but it's still 2 first-round picks, in the 20s, as opposed to what they have Kelly Olynyk now.
Olynyk became a free agent, right? He's not even there anymore.
Did he sign somewhere else?
I'm gonna double check, but I thought he bailed on them.
Even nothing that Houston walked away with in terms of that deal. They tried to bank on taking on Victor Oladipo, hoping that they could flip him for more value, but essentially got him for nothing. So you turn down Ben Simmons, who's entering his prime years and is under contract for 4 seasons, Matisse Thybulle, who just made an all-defensive team while playing only 20 minutes a night, and a pair of first-round picks for nothing. If I'm Houston,
by the way, it literally is nothing because I have the Detroit Pistons announced signing of free agents Kelly Olynyk and Trey Lyles. So first of all, Jared Allen was the guy I thought was going to go to Houston. He ends up in Cleveland. So really the team that won the trade at the end of the day was Cleveland. It wasn't even Houston.
No, and you also need to account for the fact that Indiana got Karis LeVert for, the shell of Victor Oladipo. It's crazy that Houston traded away the former MVP, the superstar, and looks like they're the team that got fleeced now, 8 months? It hasn't even been a year later.
It's absolutely horrible. And that's why, you have to wonder when it comes to Daryl Morey, how much is he sitting back and being like, hey, man, I used to be in Houston. I made trades, got something out of it. I'm not going to be them. I'm not going to sit here and try to walk away with nothing. And I think that's part of the reason why you have to also think that he is keeping the churner going because of the fact that he knows there are teams interested. Teams want Simmons. It's just a matter of saying, look, I'm not going to be the Rockets. And if I'm, it's almost like the scene from Draft Day where, Kevin Costner says, and I want David Putney. There's a point in time where it's like, I want all my picks back. I want David Putney. Give me what I want. Stop messing around with me.
Yeah, Daryl has never been in the mind frame of just trading him for the sake of getting it done. He's not going to do a move unless it makes sense. The Sixers feel their title window is now. They need assets and players that are going to help them win now. The issue is, with some of the teams that have been linked in these rumors, they are also trying to win now. So it's kind of against the grain of these typical situations where, a team's trading away a superstar in sense of phasing towards a rebuild, similar to Houston was with James Harden. So I think that they need that third team that's going to get involved. But listen, a team is going to get antsy, and that's why Daryl Morey has to remain patient. Some of these GMs, they are pressured by their owners. They're like a team like Minnesota, who is looking to get back in the postseason. I think that's why they've been so aggressive to getting towards Simmons. They think he is the piece that gets him there. A team is going to get antsy. They're going to end up overpaying, and Daryl Morey will hopefully, in the end, get that suitable return for Ben Simmons.
Kevin, 30 seconds to go. How surprising are you? Is it that it's August 30th and we're still chatting about all of this? Does that surprise you at all, the timing of this?
I think it is pretty surprising, especially now in the player empowerment era of the NBA. Usually these deals, appear and happen pretty fast. So I will say it's pretty crazy that we're a little over 3 weeks away from training camp and Ben Simmons is still in the Sixers uniform.
He's Kevin McCormick, Sixers writer for 97.3 ESPN.com and Sports Illustrated at Kevin MCC NBA on Twitter. And he joined us right here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Kevin, appreciate you jumping on today. Great insights, and we'll catch up soon.
Sounds good, Josh. Have a good one.
Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Still to come on the show, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City joins us in the next hour. Talk more Phillies and Sixers with him. football at 4. Geoff Mosher, Eagles Insider with InsideTheBirds.com and the Inside the Birds podcast joins us at 4 p.m. And, of course, Phillies Talk with Bob Wankel at 4:40 p.m. today. And Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports NFL writer at 5:25. We'll also check out your messages in the next hour. 609-403-0973 is the text board. DM the show through 973 ESPN mobile app. And we are live on YouTube and Twitter.
Is your bathroom looking old and worn out? Want to update it, but you don't know where to start?
A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is 97.3 ESPN, home of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Simmons pokes it away, steals it, sidesteps him and jams a two-hand throwdown.
WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City.
Second hour of the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We are live as always on YouTube and Twitter. We're going to talk more about the Phillies and Sixers now. Mike McGarry, Press of Atlantic City, joins us right now on the Sports Bash. A little later than he usually does, but we still got him to jump on the show. We appreciate him joining us as he does every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on the Sports Bash. Of course, his appearance being brought to you by Calvi Electric, now offering residential services for your home and business. Visit them online at calvielectric.com. Mike, how you doing today?
Josh, I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. And listen, I don't know what's more surprising, the fact that the Phillies won 3 games of the weekend, or that Shams decided to give us a little bit more legs to this Ben Simmons stuff.
Well, I mean, both are kind of. I would expect the Ben Simmons stuff to kind of heat up as we head towards training camp, right? Something's probably going to be done. I think we all agree that Ben Simmons is going to be on another team when the season starts. So I would expect that story to pick up more. So that's not unexpected. And I guess, the Phillies, we can't take any Phillies win for granted. So even if they beat the Arizona Diamondbacks 3 times, which they should do, we can't take that for granted or expect that.
When you look at the Phillies, start with the Phillies real quick, Mike. For them to win 3 games in a row and score 7 runs, they haven't done that at all since the All-Star break. And now it's without Hoskins. How important was it for them offensively to finally wake up over the weekend?
Well, we've talked a lot about how their main strength of their team was supposed to be their offense, how they were supposed to out-hit their flaws, how they were supposed to out-hit, the poor defense, the shaky bullpen, and they haven't really done that all season long. But the Phillies are also in a key stretch here, right? They're 4.5 games back. They've got 3 with the Nationals. The Braves are going out to play the Dodgers for 3. So the Braves just played the San Francisco Giants, although Atlanta took 2 of 3 from the Giants. So if the Phillies are going to make a move, they've got to get on a winning streak and hope the Braves lose some games. And this is about the toughest stretch of the schedule for the Braves right now. So I'm really interested to see, kind of where the Phillies are, after Wednesday games. I think that'll give you a real true indication of how the rest of the season is going to play out. But I think we can all agree right now that, the Philadelphia Phillies are going to have to get really, really hot to catch the Braves and make the postseason.
How interesting is it to you that the Phillies have been winning games with Ranger Suarez on the mound? The fact that this guy wasn't even starting the season on the mound, and now he's arguably one of your more important pitchers at this point.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people talk about Spencer Howard with the Phillies, right? And they say the Phillies ruined Spencer Howard because they didn't define his role. They asked him to do a lot of things, and they sort of mishandled Spencer Howard in his development, and that's why Spencer Howard never developed and had to be traded to the Texas Rangers. Well, to those people that make that argument, I point to Ranger Suarez. Here's a guy who didn't make the team out of spring training. When he came back, he was the long guy. Then he was a short guy in the bullpen. Then he was a closer. Then they asked him to start. So they didn't really define his role. All they did was ask him to pitch well. And in every role they gave him, that's what Ranger Suarez did. And now if you look at the Phillies going forward, the strength of the team, ironically, we had talked about the hitting being the strength of the team. But if you talk about going into next season, the strength of the team would be that starting rotation of Nola, Wheeler, Eflin, Kyle Gibson, and Ranger Suarez. I mean, the Phillies should begin next year with 5 dependable starters in the rotation, and that might be their best asset going forward.
When you think about Suarez as well, the Phillies went 4-2 in his last 6 starts. What does it say to you that this guy has been able to not just be a guy that helps them win, but also the team is responding to him on the mound? Because we've seen with Wheeler, they don't always respond offensively when he's on the mound.
Yeah, I think it's just a tribute to, I think his teammates appreciate what he's gone through and how he's kind of sucked it up and everything the Phillies have asked him to do. Well, and I think that his teammates appreciate that, the fact that he hasn't complained, that all he's done is every time they said, okay, now you're going to close the games. Okay, I'll close the games. Now you're a starter. Okay, I'm a starter. You're a long man. Every time they've given him the ball, he's come through for them and pitched well. He hasn't complained. He's just done what the team has asked him to do. And I think his teammates appreciate that, and I think that goes a long way in the clubhouse.
Mike McGarry joining us here on the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN, talking some Phillies and Sixers today. You can follow him on Twitter at AC Press McGarry for all of his coverage, pressofatlanticcity.com. Now, Mike, the next 6 days, they're going to be big because you got Wheeler pitching 2 times the next 6 games, as well as Suarez down in Miami and then Nola on Wednesday. So this next 6 games could really make or break them in many ways.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just the time of the year, right? We're getting late. It's September 1st, Wednesday or Thursday of this week, I believe, and you're running out of games. So this 9-game road trip is going to be a key point. And really the 3 games that Atlanta plays against the Dodgers Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday will be key also, because after that, the Braves schedule lightens up considerably. So if the Phillies, if they're not within 3 games or 2 games, by the end of this week, I think, it's going to be a long shot for them to make the playoffs. I already think it's a long shot. I think, if Atlanta plays 500, the Phillies have to play 10 over 500 to make the playoffs, I think. And, that's going to be difficult. But that any shot at all, this is kind of the last gas. This is the last stand right here, this week coming up for the Phillies.
And by the way, you mentioned the 9. They got the 3 in Milwaukee, which I would usually be nervous about. But on the probable starters, no Woodruff, no Peralta, no Burns. I mean, those 3 games in Milwaukee could literally play out no better for the Phillies than right now.
Yeah, they've got things, lined up for them a little bit here. They've got a Nationals team that has really struggled since the trade deadline, right? Then they've got Miami, but, Miami always seems to be a house of horrors for the Phillies and the Mets. And then you mentioned the pitching matchups with the Brewers kind of work in their favor. So things are kind of lined up here for the Phillies. It's whether or not they can take advantage of it. And, they have a little bit of a chance of making the postseason. And if they're going to do it, they got to continue what they did this past weekend and really go on a hot streak here and hope the Braves kind of cool off a little bit, or the Dodgers are able to, maybe beat up the Braves a little bit.
Mike, looking at the division overall, obviously the Mets are completely falling apart right now. I mean, is this team pretty much DOA for the New York Mets?
Well, only the New York Mets can collapse in such spectacular fashion, right? Yesterday they decided to go with that thumbs down thing, booing the fans. Now today's an off day, so you make it it's a big story yesterday. Today's an off day for the Mets, so the story even builds, and it's all anybody's talking about on New York sports radio. The Mets are, I think, 8 games back in the loss column. The Mets are done. And and collapsing in really spectacular fashion, which is, kind of what they've made a habit of doing, the past several seasons.
Mike, let's jump back over to the Sixers for a moment. Obviously, one of the comments that was said by Shams in his athletic report, for those who didn't get a chance to read it, and he said a lot of big things in there. He mentioned some details about how Simmons almost traded for James Harden. He mentioned a couple other things, but to me, one of the big takeaways from the athletic piece was this quote when he says, quote, "For now, all signs continue to point to Simmons' career in Philadelphia coming to an end." And listen, we all had a feeling, we all had a sense that was coming to an end, but now Shams is naming the Timberwolves and the Raptors and giving details that I think were just kind of rumors for a while. And now it really feels like more than ever that this Simmons-Sixers relationship is heading to divorce quickly.
Yeah, I think it was headed to divorce shortly after Game 7 when Joel Embiid walked into the Zoom interview room and was asked what the turning point of the game was. And he said it was when Ben Simmons passed up the dunk late in the fourth quarter against the Atlanta Hawks. So from that moment on, when you've got a guy in Joel Embiid kind of making that statement right there, that to me says, the Embiid-Simmons marriage is over. Simmons has got to go. And at that point, I think it's only a matter of time or inevitable that Ben Simmons will be on another team when the season starts.
Mike, I was saying earlier in the show that to me, some of what's going on with the Sixers is kind of like you go to a car dealership. The dealer wants you to spend a certain amount. You don't want to spend that amount. It's about finding that middle ground between the dealer and you when you buy a car. And I feel like that's what's going on with the Sixers. Morey's asking for a certain price. Teams don't want to go that high, so they got to find that middle ground in between.
Yeah, I mean, it's a matter of, it seemed early on around the draft, some of the reports we've heard out of the draft that the Sixers were asking for, a king's ransom for Simmons. I've always maintained that I thought it was going to be the opposite way. I think they were going to have to, unless they get a third team involved, they're going to have to package Simmons with either, Maxey or Thibault and some draft choices to get the type of player that the Sixers need. Because right now, the Sixers have committed to Joel Embiid. They've signed him to that Supermax contract. The Sixers' lone goal is what type of players can we get in here to complement Joel Embiid and help him win an NBA championship? And we all agree that is a guy who can create a shot for himself and teammates, a perimeter player in the fourth quarter of playoff games. That's the guy they need, and it's a matter of just how they're going to get it. And unless they get a third team involved, I always thought it was going to be Ben Simmons, Maxey, and Thibault and draft picks to get a superstar in here to complement Joel Embiid.
Well, it's interesting about the superstar because as of right now, it looks like Portland is not going to trade Lillard, and it looks like Bradley Beal is not on his way out of Washington. So if you're Daryl Morey, do you keep waiting and waiting for that superstar who's just grown to want his way out of town, or do you take a deal sooner than later that just move on for the Sixers?
Well, we'll see what happens with Dame Lillard and Portland. We'll see how that situation unfolds. But I've also been adamant about the fact that I'm not just trading Ben Simmons to get him out of town. I'm not trading him for a D'Angelo Russell. I'm not trading him for just a guy on the perimeter. I'm not giving Ben Simmons away. Now, that might lead to some awkward situations, some awkward and it could be an awkward training camp if Ben Simmons has to report and stuff like that. But I'm not giving Simmons away. I'm waiting for a player to come in and a player who can come in and really help the 76ers. I'm not just trading Ben Simmons to get rid of Ben Simmons.
At AC Press McGarry on Twitter. Mike McGarry joining us here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Mike, I know you were down over there. You had a busy weekend. You were in Ocean City for the high school football over the weekend, and then the ShopRite LPGA media conversation today. So tell the audience about what you found out over the weekend and today.
Yeah, just a fabulous start to the high school football season at the Battle by the Beach over there in Ocean City. Though yesterday they had to move some of the games over to Camden Catholic and Cherry Hill because of all the rain and flooding in Ocean City. But really, what it did give you an idea of just how much high school football talent is in the South Jersey area. Lotier Brooks, a freshman for Millville, had a sensational performance. JoJo Bermudez of Cedar Creek, one of the state's top players, leads Cedar Creek to a big win over Scotch Plains of Fanwood. Holy Spirit played DeMatha, lost 28-7, but DeMatha's a national power, and Holy Spirit, hung in there with them and did a great job. So really a great experience getting to watch a lot of these teams play so early in the season. And my big takeaway is just, wow, there's an awful lot of good football players in South Jersey.
You mentioned that Holy Spirit hung in there. What do you think Holy Spirit is going to be this year? Because we know every year they're contenders and they always put out a great team on the field. But what do you expect from the Spartans this year?
I expect them to be one of the top teams in the state. We have them ranked number one in our Elite 11. The game with DeMatha, who Max Preps ranks number 33 in the country. The score was 0-0 in the late second quarter, and then the game kind of switched on an interception. I expect Holy Spirit to be right there to contend for a state non-public B title and be one of the top teams. They got a load of talented players. Quarterback Trevor Cohen looked good the other night. Wide receivers Elijah Stewart, Jameer Smith, pretty speedy guys. They've got a good defense. I expect Holy Spirit, to be one of the top teams, and they'll play. This high school football season, there's no break because this Friday night you got Holy Spirit and St. Joe, which is always one of the big, games of the year That'll be Friday night, 6 o'clock at Holy Spirit. So that'll give us a better indication of what we expect from both the Spartans and St. Joe after this Friday night. 2 games in the books, and it's not even Labor Day. My head's spinning.
Well, one of the players you also got to talk about over at the pressofatlanticcity.com, I wanted to highlight Jojo Bermudez. I mean, the kid's a stud. And all I could think of is when I was reading everybody talking about him was, I remember when the Melton brothers first came along at Cedar Creek, it almost has that similar vibe with Bermudez.
Yeah, Cedar Creek has had a lot of talent over the years. You mentioned both the Melton brothers are at Rutgers. Now, JoJo committed to Rutgers initially and then reopened his recruiting just before the season began. He's a dynamic player. Yeah, and yesterday it took him about 20 seconds to show how good he was. Third play from scrimmage, he jumps an out route, picks off a pass, returns to 39 yards for a score. Later in the game, he catches a 59-yard touchdown pass. So he's an impact guy on both sides of the football. A really speedy player with outstanding speed. So, yeah, he's one of the state's most dynamic players, and he showed it yesterday. And right now his recruiting is wide open. So we'll see where that takes him also.
Mike, one more before I let you go. Tell everybody about today's ShopRite LPGA Media Day. How did that go? And what are your expectations for finally getting the tournament back here after a hiatus?
Yeah, it's a great event, right? We had it they had it last year without fans. Defending champion Mel Reed came back today to speak to the media and plug the event. It's usually held in May or early June. This year being held that first weekend in October as it was last year because of COVID. They wanted to shift it and be able to have the Pro-Am and fans back on the course. So tournament was held last year without fans. So this year everybody's expecting a quote-unquote more normal ShopRite LPGA experience. But, this is one of the big events in South Jersey sports. I tell people all the time, how many times do you have an event in the Atlantic City area that's broadcast around the world? Well, this is it, the ShopRite LPGA Classic. And an interesting note today, it'll be shown on the Golf Channel, as it always is, but this will be the first ever all-female U.S. broadcast crew will be working the ShopRite LPGA Classic. So it's a historic moment for the Golf Channel, the LPGA, and ShopRite, and really something else neat about this event.
And of course, like you said, people actually didn't get to go last year, so we at least have a little bit more normalcy. People actually going to sporting events this year. What are the dates for the LPGA again this year?
Yeah, I believe it's that first weekend in October, right? I think it goes October 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, whatever that first weekend is right there. So it's a 54-hole event. They have the Pro-Am on, I believe it's Wednesday and Thursday. Then the golf tournament is Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Mel Reed from England, terrific player, terrific personality. You'll see her playing for Europe in the Solheim Cup this weekend, is the defending champion. It should be another great, ShopRite LPGA Classic coming up. I mean, there's not too many events in the Atlantic City area that feature the best in the world at what they do. This is one of them, the best women golfers in the world. And there's not too many events where you can sit in California, turn on the TV, and see an event happening, off the Jersey Shore here. And this is the ShopRite LPGA Classic. Checks that box also.
At AC Press McGarry on Twitter. Check out his work over at pressofatlanticcity.com. He joins us every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Mike, good conversation today. We'll catch you Wednesday.
All right, Josh. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
And, of course, Mike McGarry's appearance here on the Sports Bash being brought to you by Calvi Electric, now offering residential services for your home and business. Visit them online at calvielectric.com. Josh Hennig here filling in for Mike Gill on a Monday edition of the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN. We'll check out what you guys had to say over on the text board, 609-403-0973. Direct message the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Priority messages delivered thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. We are live on YouTube and Twitter, where you can join the conversation as well. Eagles working toward the 53-man roster. They got to get it done in the next 24-plus hours until the deadline tomorrow. Plus, Ben Simmons conversation picking up. Shams reigniting the fire on the Ben Simmons out of Philadelphia conversation. And, of course, Phillies win 3 games in a row, all scoring 7 runs. Who would have thought that? So we got a lot going on. The NFL is churning right now. I mean, there's stuff going on left and right in the league. Teams are working to get their rosters set up for the regular season. We'll get to all that and more coming up right here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig hanging out with you here on 97.3 ESPN.
We never stop talking Eagles and NFL. It's football at 4, every day at 4 p.m. on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
New Jersey car owners, stop what you're doing and come see AJ, the trade-in man, at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Oh, yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Cancel that service appointment. Let your tires go bald. Don't put another penny in that old car. The value of your current vehicle has skyrocketed, so cash in your vehicle now. Used car values are at an all-time high. Your car may be worth more than you think. New 2021 Nissan Frontier 4x4 truck. 0 due at signing. Lease $349 per month. Stuck in a loan or lease? We can get you released. We'll buy your car for cash, even if you don't buy a car from us. Worried about your credit? Don't sweat it. Get $3,000 back on every 2021 Nissan Murano and pay 0 interest for 60 months in Egg Harbor Township, next to Home Depot, or online at mattblattnissan.com. Negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle. Great qualifications exist. Not all will qualify. 0% APR based on $16.67 per thousand borrowed. Offers can't be combined. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year lease. Call 877-289-6670 or go to mattblattnissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 9/6/21. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 973ESPN.com.
Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app, and 973ESPN.com. Of course, we are live on YouTube and Twitter at 973 ESPN. Sports Bash being brought to you by Indeed. Indeed helps you hire great people fast. Indeed delivers 4 times more hires than all other job sites combined, according to Talent Nest. Visit Indeed.com/credit for more info. That's Indeed.com/credit. A lot going on today. A little NFL news to hit you guys up on, not Eagles related directly, but in the division. The New York Giants have acquired center Billy Price from the Bengals in exchange for defensive lineman B.J. Hill and a conditional 7th round pick. So it seems like a guy that was going to make the Bengals roster can be very valuable for the Giants. You know, Billy Price was a huge guy coming out of college. He was the star center at Ohio State, and because of some injuries, his career was pretty much derailed in Cincinnati. So, but he's a guy who could play center. He's a guy who could play both guard positions. So I wouldn't be surprised if he has, I don't know if he could be a starter with the Giants, but considering the way the NFL goes with injuries, there may be a possibility he starts at a position by the end of the year. Remember, like I said, this was one of the best centers all of college football at The Ohio State University. This was not some random dude coming into the NFL, and he just had a really rough go at it. You know, it didn't work out with him, some of the injuries that hit him all of a sudden. You know, he's a guy who's a very good athlete. I think he could be a very interesting piece for the Giants as they hope to get him going. As I mentioned earlier in the show, the infamous Carson Wentz has been placed on the reserve COVID list because he was a close contact. Him and a couple other players, including Ryan Kelly, the center, and Zach Pascal, the wide receiver, all close contacts of a Colts staff member who tested positive. They're all eligible to return in 5 days as long as they remain negative and asymptomatic. But right now, there's only one quarterback really in practice for the Colts, and that's Jacob Eason. Remember, Sam Ehlinger got injured. So there's really not a bunch of quarterbacks over at Colts camp, and you got to wonder between Wentz coming off that foot injury and the fact that he may be out for the next 5 days, it looks like. Let's say he misses the entire week. Do the Colts consider maybe making a trade to go get a quarterback and say, we need somebody? Hey, Bears, what about Nick Foles? Hey, Eagles, what about Joe Flacco? I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I'm saying just keep an eye on the situation. It's something to keep an eye on when it comes to the NFL. You know, there's a bunch of trades happening over the weekend. You know, Darryl Johnson going to the Panthers from the Bills. This is the time of year that teams start making moves. Teams start trying to see, all right, how do we maneuver this roster? You know, J.K. Dobbins, he's done for the year with Baltimore. Do they go out and try to bring in somebody? We know that the Texans are willing to listen to offers on many of their veterans, including David Johnson. Is he a guy who gets traded to Baltimore? Albert Beer reporting the Bears are listening to trade offers for Nick Foles because he doesn't have a future in Chicago right now with Andy Dalton and Justin Fields there. So there's a lot of speculation of what could actually happen over the next 24 hours because there's a lot of movement going on. A lot of teams got to make decisions about their rosters. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if the Eagles are in the middle of that conversation because of their own roster. They need to make moves, the Eagles. They cannot just sit on their hands and hope that they got it figured out. Now, they're going to have to make some tough decisions because they have activated both Landon Dickerson and Rodney McLeod. So that means that potentially 2 roster spots that are going to be absorbed by them. We already have an idea of where they're going with this roster. Listen, it's not a surprise that this is a team that's going to go out there and they're going to say, look, we got our 4 running backs. We know who our defensive linemen are, but Landon Dickerson's practicing today. Whose roster spot does he take, right? Rodney McLeod, does that mean one of the safeties who would have made this team now are not going to make the team because Rodney's ready to go potentially for the regular season? Look at the Eagles depth chart as of right now, because we're still waiting on them to make any additional moves. And when I look at the Eagles depth chart, I have 2 specific position groups I have questions about. All right. The number 1 position group, as I said, is safety. Because if Rodney McLeod is back and good to go, you would assume that your starters are McLeod and Harris. Kavon Wallace is going to make the team in all likelihood because they've invested a lot of time and resources in him. Marcus Epps has shown himself to be a guy who can play immediately if they need him to. That's 4 safeties right there. You signed Andrew Adams to give depth to the safety position and play special teams. Do you keep 5 safeties? Is Adams that guy? Elijah Riley showed out very well in the preseason. Does he make this roster? So if you go 5 or 6 safeties deep, how does that impact corner? Because you already know Darius Slay, Steven Nelson, Avonte Maddox, they're making this team. How many corners do you go? Do you go 5? Do you go 6? Is Josiah Scott and Michael Jaquette among that group? What about Kevon Seymour? Zach McPherson, you assume, makes the team. And then don't forget linebacker. Davion Taylor has been injured. Is he a guy that they just stick on IR for the rest of the year? Do they put an 8-week designation on him? TJ Edwards, we assume he's making the team. Sean Bradley, what is his role? Jacoby Stevens, does he make the team? Or does he become a long-term project? There's a lot of questions on the defensive side of the ball. And then on the offense, I mentioned Landon Dickerson is been activated. Right now, Nate Herbig is listed as the backup center. Dickerson can play both center and guard. So what does that mean for guys like Suo Peta? There's been talk that the teams have called the Eagles about Matt Pryor. Do the Eagles trade Pryor? There's talk that teams have called about Andre Dillard. Do they trade Dillard and make Brett Toth or LaRaven Clark the backup tackle at left tackle? Jack Driscoll is currently listed as right tackle, I mean. So if Driscoll is the backup right tackle and he can play all the guard positions, who becomes expendable? So to me, offensive line and safety are going to be very interesting to how they narrow down. Because at the end of the day, look, we all know that unless Zach Ertz gets traded, he's making this team. And it's Ertz and Goddard at the top of the tight end chart. And with Tyree Jackson injured, do they make him make the roster and then put him on injury reserve? Or do you IR him for the entire season? Do you IR him with 8 weeks to go? And at the deadline, you trade Ertz. And then you activate Tyree Jackson. There's a lot of moving and shaking that's coming down the road for the Eagles. I'm very curious to see exactly how it goes. Because there's a lot of directions they could go with this. To me, if I'm the Eagles, this is what I do with offensive line. All right. I would trade Dillard just because he lacks the versatility that that Jeff Stoutland wants. Because look at all the other offensive linemen. Brett Toth, LaRaven Clark, Suo Peta, Nate Herbig, Jack Driscoll. All 5 of them can play multiple positions on the line. Dillard can only play 1. And if you keep Dillard, you might have to give up on those other guys. Now, maybe LaRaven Clark is the most expendable because he's the guy who didn't really play as much in the preseason, but the NFL is a desperate league for O-linemen. You're not going to be able to sneak any of these guys through waivers, which is why you should probably trade 1 or 2 of them to get down to 53, get something in return for them. I think Pryor's got to be the odd man out. He has looked horrible at times this preseason and last year. But there's always going to be a team that needs offensive line depth. So maybe a team's going to call the Eagles and say, look, I'll give you whatever pick for him. You know, I just mentioned that Billy Price was traded for a player and a conditional 7th-round pick. Do the Eagles use a trade to pick up somebody who's going to get cut by another team? And maybe that's the size of the position group. Because at wide receiver right now, we know Devonta Smith, we know Jalen Reagor, we know that Greg Ward, Quez Watkins. Those are the 4 that make this team. That 5th spot comes down to Fulgham, Hightower, and J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. If we're going purely on potential, it's Fulgham. If we're going on a guy who could play special teams and be valuable in multiple spots, that's probably J-Jaw. Or do you scrap the whole thing and say the Lions cut Rashard Perryman and you go out there and grab him? A lot of different ways this can go, by the way. If I'm the Eagles in the O-line, I know that's Mailata, Sayamalu, Kelsey, Brooks, and Lane Johnson are my starters. To me, you got to keep Driscoll. You got to keep Herbig because they both know the system. I personally would keep Brett Toth. And then you got Dickerson who makes the roster at 9. Do you keep Lillard and go 10, or do you cut somebody else? Tough decision to make for the Eagles right there. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM. This hour of the Bash being brought to you by Matt Black Kia. Matt Black Kia, they will get you approved today. That's Matt Black Kia on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. Visit them online at mattblackkia.com. So again, we are about 24 hours away from the first 53-man roster for the Eagles. It has to be done initially by 4 p.m. tomorrow. And then they can ebb and flow after that. That's why some of these teams are making the trades they are, because they know they're not going to keep some of these guys. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if the Eagles make a trade here. They already traded for Minshew. Do they make another trade to unload somebody? I think they probably should. Will they? I lean toward the Eagles make a trade because you know Howie loves to make trades. Howie Roseman loves to make deals. So, just with that being understood, I'm expecting Howie Roseman to make a move for somebody, move somebody off this roster. The only reason why I can't guarantee it is because there's one thing we know about the Eagles. They love to keep certain guys. The guys that they value are not the same that you and I value. All right. To me, for example, I'm keeping Brett Toth. Maybe the Eagles don't value him the same amount and they don't care about his progress. They think they can sneak him through waivers. To me, I move on from Matt Pryor. And to me, the Dillard question is the biggest eyesore. He didn't play in the preseason almost at all. We barely got to see him at practices. We know this is Mailata's job. But what happens to Dillard? And is Dillard willing to be a backup? There's a whole other side of the conversation. Do the Eagles talk to him and say, hey, you're going to be the backup left tackle, and he gripes and moans and cries about it? Then what happens? Or does Dillard say, hey, man, I understand. I didn't earn the job. I'm going to do what needs to be the best backup left tackle on the planet. I think some of his reaction is going to determine exactly what the Eagles do. And we know the Eagles are angling to try to see if they can get value for these guys. I think some of these guys on this team could be traded. I said Dillard. I said Pryor. You know, I'm also looking at a couple other guys on this team that could be traded. You know, does a team call the Eagles and say, listen, instead of cutting Fulgham, we'll take Fulgham for a conditional 7th-round pick, let's say, or conditional 6th-round pick. Jason Huntley, I don't think he makes the team. I think they go 4 running backs. Sanders, Howard, Scott, Gainwell. They all have specific roles in Sirianni's offense. I think Huntley's gone, and whether it's to trade or waive, I think he's done. I think Teron Jackson earned himself a roster spot. So to me, on defensive front, you're looking at Graham, Kerrigan, Jackson, Hargrave, Fletcher Cox, Milton Williams, probably Hassan Ridgeway, Derek Barnett, Josh Sweat. That's your front 9 there. And then linebacker, there's reports out there that teams are calling about Jannard Avery. Do the Eagles trade him or keep him? Because if they trade him, it makes it a lot easier to keep Patrick Johnson on the roster. If they don't trade him, it makes Patrick Johnson and Sean Bradley and Jacoby Stevens and Davion Taylor's jobs a little bit more tenuous. So just some of the details you want to keep an eye on as we go through the next 24 hours with the Philadelphia Eagles. Of course, we'll keep you updated all football at 4. Geoff Mosher digs deeper into all this coming up at 4 p.m. today. Inside the Birds podcast, Eagles insider Geoff Mosher at 4 p.m. And at 5:25, Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports NFL writer, for his Monday appearance right here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. Sports Bash being brought to you by Indeed. Indeed helps you hire people fast. Indeed delivers 4 times more hires than all other job sites combined, according to Talent Nest. Visit Indeed.com/credit. That's Indeed.com/credit for more information. Of course, you can join the conversation on the show. Text board is open, 609-403-0973. You can DM the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. And we are live, as always, on YouTube and Twitter at 973 ESPN. I'm Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill on a Monday edition of The Bash.
Turn it on. Leave it on. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
It's back to school, and at Matt Blatt Kia, our math is easy. Put 0 down, make 0 payments for 90 days, or pay 0% financing for 60 months on every new 2022 Kia Stinger and Sportage in stock. Plus, we need your trade. We'll even buy it for cash, even if you don't buy a Kia from us. Used car values are at an all-time high. Your car may be worth more than you think. Worried about your credit? Forget it. We finance your future, not your past. All new 2021 Kia Niro EXEV with 0 due at signing and 0 security deposit. Lease just $275 per month. It's basic math. 0 down, 0 payments, or 0 interest for 60 months.
Gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
Offers with approved Tier 1 and 2 credit through Kia Motors Finance. Not all will qualify. 0% based on 1667 per 1,000 borrowed. Negative equity financed into new loan. Niro 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dock fee. Offers don't combine. Call 877-289-6670 or go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details. Expires 9/6/2021.
Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
And now on Route 37 in Toms River.
number of people doing business online has skyrocketed since the pandemic hit last year. So it has never been more important than now to make sure your business can be found online. Town Square can help you find more local customers with premium website services to help you grow your business faster when you visit mylocalcustomers.com. At mylocalcustomers.com, you will find out how it's fast and easy to work with Town Square to get you new leads every day. There are no contracts, and it's a subscription you can cancel anytime. Visit mylocalcustomers.com today to receive a free competitive analysis. Be one of the first to sign up and receive $500 in free advertising on this station. At mylocalcustomers.com, you will work with a dedicated marketing specialist to help you grow your business. Don't wait. Visit mylocalcustomers.com today to learn more about how Town Square can help you grow your business. That's mylocalcustomers.com.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig back here on the Sports Bash, filling in for Mike Gill on a Monday edition of the show, 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We are live as always on YouTube and Twitter. Sports Bash being brought to you by Matt Black Kia. Matt Black Kia, they want to get you approved today. That's Matt Black Kia on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. Visit them online at mattblackkia.com. Couple messages have come in this hour I want to get to. Of course, you can message the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Priority messaging, thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. We are also live at 973 ESPN on YouTube and Twitter. And the text board is there as always at 609-403-0973. Jeff Boden-Pookie chimes in. I remember when we traded Alan Barber and Matt Tobin. One thing I say about Howie is that he's can really make some trades happen. But also at the same time, he also made the Dennis Kelly for Dorial Green Beckham trade. So while the Alan Barber trade was really worked out for the Eagles, and Matt Tobin, they were able to move him and get something for him, the Dorial Green Beckham situation completely blew up in their face. So I don't want to overlook the trades that didn't work out for the Eagles too. For every Alan Barber, Matt Tobin, Kevin Cobb, for all those deals that happen, you also have other deals that just never work out. So I do want to add context to that, but it just proves the point that Howie's willing to make trades. And of course, Albert Breer in his weekly MMQB piece just threw out a ton of information out there about teams that are calling or who's taking calls. And Albert Breer, the report is that the Eagles are a team that's taking calls on offensive linemen. And we already knew from a couple of weeks ago that multiple teams have called about Dillard and teams have called about Pryor. So you do the Eagles, instead of waiving those guys to get down to 53, do they trade them? And considering what the Giants just got for Billy Price, the Giants got Billy Price for, they basically traded a player and a conditional 7th-round pick to the Bengals. Is that what the market is calling for at this point? We saw that a couple of weeks ago, another offensive lineman was traded for a 6th-round pick who was a 2nd-round pick, right? That trade between the Dolphins and the Panthers. So if depth offensive linemen are going for 6th and 7th-round picks and a depth player itself, do the Eagles look for a team that maybe has a wide receiver or two to give up, or a team that has, another position group that they might be interested in? We haven't heard much conversation about the future of Zach Ertz. Does he get traded last minute? And that opens up a roster spot. There's a lot of ways the Eagles can go. It's a very fluid situation. And I think that because of Howie's history of making trades, that we know there's a possibility that he gets traded. Now, I mentioned earlier in the show, I wanted to play this audio real quick. We only have a little bit of time before we hit the break. So Drew Rosenhaus, all right, is the super agent. He spoke to I want to get the credit right here. Josh Mosher of 7 Sports Extra, okay? He had an interview with Drew Rosenhaus. This is what Rosenhaus said to 7 Sports Extra, which is a news outlet in South Florida, television news outlet down in South Florida, okay? So Rosenhaus was having a conversation on there. This is what Drew Rosenhaus said to Super Agent.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Deshaun Watson with the Miami Dolphins for the first game of the regular season. The Dolphins are absolutely working on this deal with the Texans. There's obviously holdups with compensation. They want 3 first-round picks plus. That's not going to happen while he has an uncertain legal future. The Dolphins have to make sure that they have contingencies in the event that these legal issues become a serious problem. But I do think there's a legitimate possibility that the Dolphins will acquire one of the best players in the NFL in Deshaun Watson.
That's Drew Rosenhaus last night on 7 Sports Extra in South Florida, speaking with Josh Mosher down there in South Florida. So, with that being said, the other news that just came out today, Aaron Wilson, who covers the Houston Texans down in Houston, NFL Insider, says that the Texans are prepared to declare Watson inactive for every week this upcoming season. So it looks like whatever happens with Watson, it's going to be one of 2 things. Okay? He's either going to be on the Texans and just be inactive every week until the NFL decides what to do with him in terms of his legal issues off the field, because we know that his charges are being brought to a grand jury. 10 charges. He has 22 legal cases, civil cases against him. So it looks like either he's going to be on the inactive roster, or, as Rosenhaus is pointing out, the Dolphins want to acquire him, but with some contingencies in place. That's an interesting caveat. Remember, the Dolphins did sign Jacoby Brissett to be the backup quarterback. He has starting experience in the NFL. More football coming up next. Geoff Mosher, Inside the Birds podcast, next on 97.3 ESPN.
about to kick off, and that means it's time to list your football future bets on PropSwap. Did you know before the season started last year, the Buccaneers were 60-1 to win it all? Now that's a futures bet. You just never know what can happen. Sports bettors cash in early and often when they list long shots on PropSwap. The average monthly seller makes $500 a month on PropSwap just posting and selling tickets. There's so many great choices to consider. Who wins the Heisman Trophy, the College Football Championship, the Pro Football Championship? Every season, long shots become winners, and PropSwap is the only place to lock in the profit. So go choose 10 futures bets and list them for sale on PropSwap to the thousands of buyers looking to get in on the action. Football is just about here, and the time is now to join PropSwap. The fall season of prop swapping has begun. So join them and list your long shots today on PropSwap by going to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app. PropSwap, where America buys and sells sports bets.
South Jersey's home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Well, something to think about, for sure.
WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City. A town square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN presents the Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with Geoff Mosher.
I think our track record in the last 20 years, how many NFC East titles, playoff appearances, and appearances in the NFC Championship game, those are some of the metrics I look at, and I'll compare our record with almost anybody.
Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, live from inside the Matt Black Kia Studios. This is Football at 4.
Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast here. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Monday edition of the Bash here on 97.3 ESPN, 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We are live as always on YouTube and Twitter at 973 ESPN. We're joining us right now to talk more about the Eagles. Eagles already starting to make some moves, already getting things chopped up as we are less than 24 hours away from the initial 53. Geoff Mosher, Inside the Birds, joins us right now. The latest edition dropped this morning, but Geoff, when you guys dropped the pod this morning, you didn't have the Rodney McLeod and Landon Dickerson news. So, Geoff, how you doing today?
I'm doing well, Josh. I hope you're doing well as well. No, we didn't know exactly what the future was in store for Landon Dickerson or Rodney McLeod. They have been activated, each of them, so that's good. That means they'll start the season on the 53-man roster, and I would think they're going to start the season just on that, and that doesn't mean they're going to be ready for week 1, but it gives you a kind of an idea that they probably think that somewhere between week 3 and 6, they'll be ready to go. Obviously, with Rodney, he kind of slides back in there, you assume, and right now they really could use him only because Kevon Wallace has been injured, and so they're already kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel a little bit at safety. But Landon Dickerson will be interesting. It'll be very interesting to see how keeping him impacts what they do with depth at other interior offensive line spots, and how quickly they think that they should or can or need to get him on the field, or when injuries, happen, we'll see if he can get in there.
Now, with Dickerson basically look like he's going to be on the initial 53-man roster, how does this impact the rest of the offensive line? Because we know, according to Albert Breer and other reports, teams are calling the Eagles about offensive linemen. So do the Eagles, instead of just waiving all the guys they need to waive, do they start trading some of these guys off potentially?
I mean, I think there are certain guys the Eagles could probably try to put on the trading block to see if they can get anything for, but only because they were not going to make the team anyway. There's one guy I think that we'll talk about it in a second, but take Matt Pryor and Sua Opeta, two guys who have played in the NFL prior more than Opeta, who are just not going to make the team. Matt Pryor, we've kind of seen be very inconsistent, but they're both going to become victims of the numbers game anyway. So there's a chance in the NFL, because the league is so deficient offensive line league wide, that these two guys could get jobs somewhere. So maybe Howie Roseman is able to flip one, if not both of them, for a day 3 type of draft pick. But Nate Herbig is a guy who now I think is suddenly in jeopardy a little bit because of, and same with LaRaven Clark, I'll say. They're in a little bit of a middle ground there, because the team now has options. As far with Nate Herbig, he's been a backup center first and then a guard last year. But now you have Jack Driscoll, who was a tackle last year, was cross-trained at guard, and they really like at guard. So he's going to make the team as a potential tackle or a potential guard. So that gives them one backup guard. And Landon Dickerson's obviously another backup guard who can also play center. So what does that do for Nate Herbig, who in that totem pole would be the third backup guard? The only thing is that Nate Herbig can play center. And if Jason Kelsey gets hurt week 1, I'm not sure yet they're ready to go ahead with Landon Dickerson from a health standpoint. So that might save Herbig's spot. LaRaven Clark is an interesting guy because he plays tackle and guard also. So he gives you that versatility. And if Mailata were to get hurt, you may not be comfortable right now with Andre Dillard at left tackle. You might want LaRaven Clark. But, Josh, I would say Brett Toth actually played fairly well this preseason. And in that last game, I don't know if everybody noticed it, but when they started Andre Dillard at left tackle, they played Toth at left guard.
Right.
And he seemed to hold up pretty well there. So here's a guy who I think is challenging to make the team as a guy who can be a backup tackle / guard. And that might enable the team to look at LaRaven Clark and say, hey, if we can trade him for something, anything, we feel comfortable enough with Driscoll and Brett Toth and Landon Dickerson and Dillard that we don't need LaRaven. We can trade LaRaven Clark, even though they kind of signed him because he was both versatile and he had starts in the league. He was experienced.
We know that Stoutland likes his offensive line to have flexibility, to be able to do multiple things. It's one of the things that makes guys like Driscoll, and you mentioned Toth now, valuable to the Eagles. Herbig can play guard and center. Even Dickerson can play guard and center. I mean, theoretically, if you had to, you kick him out to tackle if it's an emergency as well, probably, just because of his size, athleticism. Does that maybe lead you to think that Dillard is becoming less valuable, at least in Stoutland's eyes?
I perhaps, Josh, but the thing is, what do you do with Andre Dillard? You can put him on the trading block, but he's a former first-round pick. If you're Howie Roseman, do you trade Andre Dillard for anything less than a third-rounder? You probably don't feel good about that. So at that point, and if you're any other NFL team, are you giving up a third-rounder or something better for Andre Dillard, who has not played nearly to first or second-round potential, and honestly hasn't even – I don't think he's played better than Brett Toth at this point. So what are you willing to give up for Andre Dillard if you're a team that needs some offensive tackle help? So I feel like it's going to leave the Eagles in the position where they might as well just hang on to him and continue to try to get him coached up by Jeff Stoutland. And the fact that he doesn't have to start, Josh, maybe that means you can now start to cross-train him a little bit more, see if you can get him to play a little bit of right tackle. It was not a very good experience the first time, but he was thrown into a game and a week of practice having to do that. It wasn't a situation where, like right now, you don't have to play him and you can just simply work on practicing and cross-training with him. I think that there's more value right there in that than trying to flip him for a day 3 pick, which I don't think Howie would take for a former first rounder. So that puts them in the position where, yes, it's not ideal because he has to take up a roster spot, but you just don't cut him at this point. You still try to develop him.
Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast at Geoff Mosher NFL on Twitter. The latest edition of the Inside the Birds podcast dropped this morning. Also, check out all their coverage at InsideTheBirds.com. Now, let's go deeper into Rodney McLeod. The handicap the safety situation, Geoff, because let's be realistic. Marcus Epps actually played well overall in the preseason, but like you said, we didn't really see Kevon Wallace. We don't really know what his development is at this point. There are guys who you got to wonder how many safeties do they keep, and depending on how many safeties they keep depends on what they do at other positions.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And this is a position where you can see them going heavy on the initial 53, right? You're going to keep Anthony Harris. You're going to keep, obviously, Rodney is now on it. You're going to keep Kevon Wallace. You're going to keep Epps. And probably, well, that's interesting because you have Andrew Adams, right? And you've got Elijah Riley. And I think Elijah Riley has a pretty good chance to make the team on special teams. Now, Adams is a guy they signed also for special teams, but he's a vested vet. So he's someone I believe he's a vested vet. So you could technically cut Andrew Adams and then kind of roll the dice week 1 with Harris. Well, it kind of depends on whether Kevon Wallace can play. I mean, he's been hurt and then he was in, he was out, he's in, he's out. You may just have to go kind of heavy there for a week or two just because a couple of guys are not ready to play in McLeod and Wallace. And then by week 2 or week 3, make a decision somewhere else. When inevitably the injuries start to pile up, you may release a safety to sign a different player at a different position.
Now, before we get to anything else, I promise we get to this, and I opened the show talking about this. We do have to address. I'll wait for you to drink. You finish drinking what you're drinking, so you don't spit it all over the place. The Gardner Minshew stuff. Okay. Geoff, I picked a horrible day to take a personal day off on Saturday because that's when the Minshew trade went down. I saw everyone texting the station, losing their stinking minds about what this deal is. And to me, this deal comes down to two things. One, Nick Mullins' arm is noodle at this point. He just hasn't recovered from that surgery. And two, like you and Adam said on the podcast, David Caldwell is here. And the Eagles have a history, whether it's Joe Douglas or Andrew Berry or John Dorsey or David Caldwell, these guys get in Howie's ear, and Howie always makes a deal that has to do with those guys. So to me, that's why Minshew is here. To me, there's no conspiracy. There's no craziness. I mean, yeah, the Eagles might flip one of these guys like Flacco or Minshew if someone call him with a nice deal. But to me, that's why Minshew is here.
So I at times disagree with the Eagles and their kind of quarterback philosophy. And, we can go, no one needs to have the argument now about whether or not you take a backup quarterback in the second round, but that is a philosophy that certainly if you poll fans, reporters, league people, you're going to get some division among people on that. Right. But what I will say is the Eagles aren't lying to you. They demonstrated over and over again that they are constantly looking for the best young developmental quarterbacks that they can find to either be good starters out of nowhere or great backups who are cost efficient, right? They've told you this. They do not want to be paying $20 million anymore for backup quarterbacks or even 8 or 9 or 10 from Chase Daniel to whatever they paid Nick Foles in his last year. It was a lot of money and they've had cap issues because of it. So this is an example of a guy who the biggest reason he's here, Josh, along with what you said about the Jacksonville connection with Dave Caldwell, is that he has 2 years left on his contract. So he could potentially be the backup quarterback in 2022, making like $1 million, right? And the fact that he's already played in the NFL, he's shown you he can come in and move the chains and be pretty good at certain times means that you might have next year a pretty good backup quarterback for a really low cost money, somebody who can step in and win you games, right? But as for right now, Joe Flacco is the backup quarterback and Gardner Minshew just got here. So if Jalen Hurts sprains his ankle in the third quarter of the season opener against Atlanta, Gardner Minshew ain't going in. Joe Flacco's going in. If it's week 5, week 6, and Jalen Hurts gets hurt, Joe Flacco's going in the game, especially if the Eagles are somewhat competitive this year and they're not out of it. Now, if Jalen Hurts gets hurt in November, December, or something like that, the Eagles are out of it, or Hurts is going to be sidelined for 5 or 6 weeks. Sure, at that point, it makes sense to say, well, let's play Minshew here, just to see what we've got, and he can start to not just learn our playbook, but execute our plays in a real game, and then that'll give him the leg up on the backup quarterback competition next year, and it gives us a young kind of quarterback to get a good look at. But that's basically it, okay? Your number one quarterback is Jalen Hurts, your backup is Joe Flacco, and your number 3 developmental guy is Minshew, who would have a chance to play later in the year under certain situations. That's how I see it. Now, some people have said, well, maybe this gives them the opportunity to flip Joe Flacco. I don't know. Who's trading for Joe Flacco? I mean, it's not like he had a huge market this offseason. He only signed for $3.5 million. That's not even on the high end for backup quarterbacks. But I suppose if someone loses a quarterback and falls in love with Joe Flacco, then maybe a deal can be made. But I think a little bit that's looking way down the line, in my opinion. I think I'm just laying it out to you as what the team is thinking right now.
Well, also there is that speculation because Wentz went on the COVID list and Sam Ehlinger got injured in Indianapolis as Jacob Eason and nobody else, and that they could maybe go hunting for a quarterback. But also we know that the Bears are shopping Foles apparently. So I mean, it's not like if you're an NFL team, you got to choose between Foles and Flacco. I mean, that means your options are not really good anyway.
Yeah, if you're that team, you're probably hoping you either drafted a quarterback or you have a Gardner Minshew type player that you might as well take a look at for the year.
Geoff Mosher, Inside the Birds podcast, joining us here on Football at 4 on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Geoff, let's get to a couple other the roster situations, as we call them. I thought you, Geoff, and Adam had a great conversation on the pod today about this wide receiver situation. And all I could think of this morning is I'm listening to you guys in the pod, and then on my phone pops up, hey, the Lions cut Rashad Breeland. And I'm thinking, Rashad Perryman, I'm just like, you know what? This sounds like a move the Eagles would do. Just be like, let's just cut all the receivers and just bring in Rashad Perryman to be the fifth receiver. Like, I could totally see that happening because, as you guys expressed, it's not like Fulgham or J-Jaw have really made themselves indispensable at this point.
No, not at all. In fact, I mean, with Fulgham, he's done the opposite. He's made himself the target of concern, I would say, for the coaches, because they wonder if they'll ever be able to unlock this guy like he was last year. I mean, it's no secret he's fallen down the totem pole. When you're playing mostly the second half of the last preseason game, that's pretty telltale as to where you are on the depth chart and how the team sees you. And I just know for a fact that this coaching staff has been disappointed with what they've seen over the last few weeks. I mean, he may have had a nice practice here and there. I heard he was okay against the Jets, but I think when you look in totality, you wanted to see a whole lot more from Travis Fulgham. He is the type of guy, Josh, that I feel like has a chance to be on that initial 53, but it would not surprise me at all if 24 to 48 hours later, he's not on the 53. And if there's any kind of trade value in him, I could see Howie trying to package him or trade him or do something to in a type of player for player trade if they could upgrade it. I don't know that Rashad Perriman is somebody they're going to want to bring in, only because, man, if you get cut by the Lions, you know, you've obviously been very disappointed. It's not like the Lions are just bursting with wide receiver talent either. And they gave that guy, didn't they give him like $2 million guaranteed when I forget what they gave him. But, you know, I think when the Lions signed him, they thought he was going to factor into their wide receiver rotation, which has taken a big hit over the last few years. You know, lost Kenny Golladay, don't have Marvin Jones Jr. anymore. I don't even know who they really have off the top of my head. They didn't draft Jalen Waddle. They took the right tackle, right? Penei Sewell in the first round. So I don't know who their wide receiver talent is at the moment. But the fact that they cut Rashad Perriman just shows you how disappointing he's been to them. So I don't know if you want to trade your own disappointing player to bring in a disappointing player, but stranger things have happened.
Yeah, Perriman, like you said, signed a $2.5 million one-year deal back in March. He was competing with Tyrell Williams, Geronimo Allison, Tom Kennedy, and Victor Bolden for roster spots.
Oh, man, I don't know where Jared Goff is on your fantasy football quarterback rankings, but he's not very high on mine.
Yeah, apparently it looks like in Detroit that Quintez Cephas and rookie Amon-Ra St. Brown are going to make the team with Khalif Raymond, and that's part of the reason why they are cutting Perryman and Victor Bolden.
Well, I like Cephas. That kid came from, I think, Wisconsin, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't know, whenever he played against Penn State, it seemed like he was making big play after big play. So I like that player, but that's still not a team where if you're Brashad Perriman, you should have been on the outside looking in. You should have had a guaranteed roster spot there. So there's obviously a lot of buyer beware with him.
Geoff, let's a little bit back over to the defense. I'm very fascinated to find out what happens with the linebackers because, you know, we still don't know exactly what Gannon's defense is going to do. Like, we have theories, we have understandings of what he likes to do, but, you know, where does Avery fit into all this? Does Sean Bradley make the team? We know who the top three linebackers are: Wilson, Singleton, and Edwards. But what about the guys after that? Davion Taylor has been injured the entire month of August, it seems like. Like, they got a lot of questions that still haven't really been answered.
Oh, definitely. And, you know, starting with this, I think the what we can answer is they want to be in nickel for most of the time, like a lot of NFL teams now. And when they're going to be in nickel, there's Eric Wilson and there's Alex Singleton. And honestly, I'm not sure. That's not even a debate, right? TJ Edwards has had a good camp and he's going to make it, and he can play in certain packages as well. If they want to go in goal line, right, get that third linebacker on there, some a little bulk, they can put him in. If one of those two guys I mentioned gets hurt, I think I know that they've been impressed with TJ's ability to kind of transform himself from a bigger, stout guy when he first got here into someone who trimmed down a little bit, can run a little better, can cover a little better now than he was 2 years ago. So he's not exactly what he used to be as far as just a downhill linebacker. I think he's got some good fit in this defense and can play it in a backup role. But after that, you're right. not only do you not know who the depth is, I mean, Davion Taylor's going to make the team, but he certainly has a long way to go. But also that Sam linebacker position to me is in flux because Jannard Avery can play it, but he's been practicing there. But he's also been hurt, right? And if you're going to have that as a position on the team, we're going to have a Sam linebacker who plays, 20, 30% of the snaps in certain situations. Well, then you can't just have a starting one like Avery. You need to make sure you have a backup too in case Avery gets hurt and somebody who can practice there. So who's that going to be? Patrick Johnson has had a nice camp, but he's a rookie. So are they really comfortable going in with a guy who's never really played that position before? Avery has mostly been a pass rusher, and then a rookie to occupy a position that you ideally wanted to play 20 to 30% of the time? Or does Jonathan Gannon take a step back and say, I just don't have the personnel to do this year with this squad. So I'm going to be more traditional in my linebacker and just look for the 5 or 6 best quote unquote linebackers. So again, I still think, the top 4, Wilson, Singleton, Davion Taylor, right. And TJ Edwards, Avery will probably make it in some regard and they'll use him some form or fashion. And I don't even know if they keep more than that, Josh. I really don't. Or maybe they just look on the waiver wire for some veteran, some experience there.
Well, we are less than 24 hours to find out exactly what the first initial 53 looks like. And then we get basically 12 days of evolution of the roster potentially before the first game of the season.
Well, if you remember last year, right? I mean, last year there was never a 53. There was a 53 and then it changed the next day and then 2 guys got hurt. And then all of a sudden you're starting the season with Jack Driscoll as your right tackle and Nate Herbig as your right guard. I mean, last season was the most evolving, changing, morphing 53 that you're ever going to see.
Well, at least we know one thing. I feel so far that Sirianni's been a little bit more upfront about things than Doug was about some of these injuries, at least. So at least we have that going for us instead of having to hear about Alshon Jeffrey every week that he's coming back and then he wasn't there for 10 weeks, for goodness sake.
Yeah, I would say Nick's probably been slightly more forthcoming, but I mean, it was just a couple of days ago that, he wasn't going to give a timetable to Landon Dickerson and Rodney McLeod, and poof, there they are practicing today and off the list. So, but that's all just good news for the Eagles. That's okay.
Absolutely. Geoff, one more before I let you go. A guy who has been attached to Eagles in some rumors, Deshaun Watson. So last night, Drew Rosenhaus just drops this video bomb online saying that that Watson's going to Miami and that Miami's working on contingency plans to get Deshaun Watson. And then today the Texans apparently are saying that if Watson's on the roster, he'll be inactive every single week. So this Deshaun Watson stuff is just getting wonky again.
Hold on, time out. You lost me on one thing because I was not familiar with what you just said. Drew Rosenhaus dropped a video about this?
Yeah, I guess you didn't hear.
Drew Rosenhaus does not represent Deshaun Watson. So it's very uncommon to see an agent making any kind of news or declarative statements about a player that he does not represent.
Here, I'll play the audio for you real quick.
Okay.
And I'll pop it on the screen so you can see it.
I know he does talk show down in Miami, right? Drew Rosenhaus.
He's 7 Sports Extra.
Yeah.
Down in Miami, South Florida. Let me just pop it up on the screen. And I'll play it for you real quick for everybody watching on the stream here. Because when I saw this last night, I almost fell over because I was like, for this guy to say this is just ridiculous. So here we go. This is Drew Rosenhaus last night.
Watson with the Miami Dolphins for the first game of the regular season. The Dolphins are absolutely working on this deal with the Texans. There's obviously holdups with compensation. They want 3 first-round picks plus. That's not going to happen while he has an uncertain legal future. The Dolphins have to make sure that they have contingencies in the event that these legal issues become a serious problem. But I do think there's a legitimate possibility that the Dolphins will acquire one of the best players in the NFL in Deshaun Watson.
That's Drew Rosenhaus just coming out of nowhere, dropping that last night.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, the wonderful thing for Drew Rosenhaus is that if he's not correct, it doesn't matter if his reputation as a reporter takes a hit because that's not his day job. He doesn't have to quit his day job, which is being a fairly good agent in the NFL. He's been quite a good one as far as his list of clients and their contracts. So look, he's dialed in because he's down there. I'm very surprised to see that because a lot of times agents try to maintain their good relations with teams and executives, and they don't try to air out another team's kind of personal business like that. However, in this situation, everybody has seemingly got a report on Deshaun Watson. So I guess it doesn't really make Drew all that different. So we'll see. I don't get it, Josh. I really don't. I guess what I don't understand is how any team, whether it's Eagles, Dolphins, anyone, would be willing to give up certain compensation right now, not knowing whether or not how the legal process is going to unfold for Deshaun Watson. It seems very, very risky. Not only risky, but also, questionable as far as ethics, morality, whatever you want to put to it, why you would trade for a person who has this many allegations against him, unless you know something. And I don't know that all these teams or any of them know. I mean, I'm sure they all do their homework, Josh, but there's still a lot hanging over this case. So, we'll see what happens. I think we've heard reports about it being close to any number of teams for quite a while now, and nothing's happened yet.
At Geoff Mosher NFL on Twitter, the latest edition of the Inside the Birds podcast dropped this morning, and then we are less than 24 hours from the first 53, and to get all that coverage, InsideTheBirds.com. Geoff will be back on Wednesday. Andrew Ducecko tomorrow, moments after the 53 drops. So we'll get immediate reaction from Andrew, and then the next level reaction from Geoff on Wednesday. Geoff, always good talking to you.
You too, Josh. Have a great one.
And of course, Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, being brought to you by Caesars Entertainment in Atlantic City Resorts. Football at 4, brought to you by Caesars Entertainment, Atlantic City Resorts. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. We'll get back to your guys' messages coming up on the other side. Of course, text board is open, 609-403-0973. We got messages over on the YouTube channel at 973 ESPN, on Twitter and YouTube. You can watch the show, and you can direct message the show through the 973 ESPN mobile app. The app is free thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. I'm Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill. More football talk coming up at 5:25. Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports NFL writer.
This is the radio home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles open the 2021 season next Sunday in Atlanta against the Falcons.
Ryan back. Here comes the rush. He's hit. They've got him back at the 35.
Pre-game coverage begins at noon. Merrill and Mike call all the action starting at 1. This is where the Eagles play. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Are wasp and spotted lantern flies or bed bugs bugging you? Viking Pest Control can protect your home or business. For a limited time, new Viking Pest customers save $50. Get a free quote at VikingPest.com.
It's back to school, and at Matt Blatt Kia, our math is easy. Put 0 down, make 0 payments for 90 days, or pay 0% financing for 60 months on every new 2022 Kia Stinger and Sportage in stock. Plus, we need your trade. We'll even buy it for cash, even if you don't buy a Kia from us. Used car values are at an all-time high. Your car may be worth more than you think. Worried about your credit? Forget it. We finance your future, not your past. All new 2021 Kia Niro EXEV with 0 due in signing and 0 security deposit. Lease just $275 per month. It's basic math. 0 down, 0 payments, or 0 interest for 60 months.
Gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
Offers with approved Tier 1 and 2 credit through Kia Motors Finance. Not all will qualify. 0% based on 1667 for 1,000 borrowed. Negative equity financed into new loan. Niro 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dock fee. Offers don't combine. Call 877-289-6670 or go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details. Expires 9/6/2021.
Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
And now on Route 37 in Toms River.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We are live as always on YouTube and Twitter at 973 ESPN. This hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bet, take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com or by downloading the PropSwap app today. A couple messages to get to here as we are live on 97.3 ESPN FM. Of course, you can DM the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. We're also live on YouTube and Twitter. You can join the conversation there as well. And, of course, we are able to take your text messages, 609-403-0973. I wanted to react to Geoff Bone Pookie over here on YouTube because I'm getting the sense that there are two camps when it comes to this Deshaun Watson stuff, based on everything I read online. You have the one group of people who are like Geoff Bone Pookie. He says, good, we don't need Watson. Hurts needs reps. You have that camp. And then you have the camp of people who say that Jalen Hurts has proven nothing in the NFL and that Deshaun Watson is innocent until proven guilty. So there are two distinct camps right now, and they're all over the place online. And I tend to lean toward the Hurts side than the Watson side, because the reality is this. Anybody who knows anything about celebrity and professional athletes knows that for every story that you hear about an athlete and an indiscretion, there are usually three other stories that you never hear about, okay? The way it works in the world of sports and celebrity is that you don't hear about every incident with an athlete, okay? Nobody talks about every incident because it's not for public consumption or because someone covered it up, right? You know, there were stories about Aaron Hernandez getting involved in bar fights and incidents in Florida, and that the Gainesville police department in Florida, University of Florida officials covered things up, right? You know, the fact that some of Jameis Winston's accusations where it's made to go away and things like that. There are so many things that we don't hear about when it comes to athletes. So for the people who are out there saying that Deshaun Watson is innocent until proven guilty, just remember, you don't hear about every indiscretion. Not every crime, not every issue with some of these athletes ever comes to light. So when there are 22 plus women who are all accusing him of things, that means that there's some smoke there and there's fire behind it. So I personally am not comfortable with an NFL team. I think most NFL teams agree with my perspective. If you were an NFL team, are you comfortable giving up a ton of assets to get a player who may or may not be available, whose off the field reputation has a huge stain, and you don't want that stain being smeared on you until that athlete has been cleared of all charges? You don't need Watson right now if you're an NFL team. You need Watson to get his personal life in order before you make a decision on him. If he is innocent, let the system play out. If he's guilty, then you're better off not giving up all the assets you need to go get him. And that's why Rosenhaus said, look, if you're the Dolphins, you need some contingencies in place. If I'm the team like the Dolphins, the only way I acquire Watson is if every one of the picks I'm giving you are conditional picks. And I don't know if the Texans are willing to make that deal right now because nobody really knows what the future holds for Deshaun Watson. Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Sports Bash being brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan is new, and it's open on the Black Horse Pike at Egg Harbor Township next to Home Depot. Visit them online at mattblattnissan.com. We'll get back to the Phillies coming up next. Bob Wankel from Crossing Brawl will join us to talk more about the Phillies have won 3 games in a row, and they've scored 7 runs in every one of those games. Can they sustain it? We'll ask Bob next on the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill.
Turn it on. Leave it on. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
New Jersey car owners, stop what you're doing and come see AJ, the trade-in man, at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Oh, yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Cancel that service appointment. Let your tires go bald. Don't put another penny in that old car. The value of your current vehicle has skyrocketed, so cash in your vehicle now. Used car values are at an all-time high. Your car may be worth more than you think. New 2021 Nissan Frontier 4x4 truck. 0 due at signing. Lease $349 per month. Stuck in a loan or lease? We can get you released. We'll buy your car for cash, even if you don't buy a car from us. Worried about your credit? Don't sweat it. Get $3,000 back on every 2021 Nissan Murano and pay 0 interest for 60 months in Egg Harbor Township next to Home Depot or online at mattblattnissan.com. Negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle. Rate qualifications exist. Not all will qualify. 0% APR based on 1667 per thousand borrowed. Offers can't be combined. 36 month, 10,000 miles per year lease. Call 877-289-6670 or go to mattblattnissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 9/6/21. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
If you want to save money and plan on staying in your house, refinance your mortgage now with Jim Malama and Green Tree Mortgage, a trusted local lender for over 30 years. You could pay for a year of college by refinancing to a lower rate with Green Tree. Home values are high, interest rates are low. It's time to cash out your equity to consolidate credit card bills or student loans and lower your monthly expenses, or get cash to fix up your home. Now is the time to refi before rates go up. Call Jim at Green Tree Mortgage, 609-646-5555.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 973ESPN.com.
4 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by PropSwap. PropSwap is America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bet, take your profit, find out how at PropSwap.com. or by downloading the PropSwap app today. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, and we are live as always at 97.3 ESPN on YouTube and Twitter at this time. Each every Monday and Friday we chat with the one and only Bob Wankel from Crossing and Broad here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. As the Phillies, they didn't just win 3 straight, Bob. They scored 7 runs in 3 straight games. I don't even recognize this team anymore after losing 3 straight and then winning 3 straight.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you have playoff fever right now? I mean,
I have confusion fever. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're excited after this weekend, and I certainly don't want to throw cold water on anybody's excitement. The Phillies win 3 games this weekend after dropping the opener against the Diamondbacks. And that was what they were supposed to do, and it's something they didn't do, last week in Arizona. It was something that they struggled to do, obviously, on Thursday night. So you got to give them credit for rebounding and kind of salvaging what was turning into a really, really ugly homestand there, or had the potential to be. That being said, we're about to turn the calendar to September here. The Phillies still remain 4.5 games back. That's exactly where they were at the very start of the month, though that was behind the Mets. So they're kind of just spinning their wheels right now. And, they took advantage of a very, very bad Arizona team whose pitching is just paper thin. And given that the Phillies have had so many different issues in their lineup, it was nice to see certain guys produce. But now looking ahead to this week, they go down to Washington and they play just a flat-out awful Nationals team, but they're going to do so shorthanded. Meanwhile, the Braves have to go out west and play the Dodgers. And then they have to deal with the Rockies for 4 games after that. As bad as Colorado's been, they've been awesome at home. So the Phillies have to make a move this week. I don't think that that's exaggeration. I don't think it's being overly dramatic. If they're going to get back into this thing, the Phillies have to take care of business against Washington and Miami, and they have to hope that the Braves stumble a little bit out west.
Bob, you mentioned the shorthanded. How difficult is this Realmuto situation? Because remember, he was supposed to be part of the group of guys filling in at first base, and now ankle situation. He's not on the injured list, but we don't know how exactly long he's going to be out. This is becoming a real dicey situation now.
It is. And, you'd like to say, hey, the fact that he's not on the IL would indicate that this isn't going to be a long-term thing. But, I mean, how many times have you seen this season where the Phillies try to keep guys off the IL, and then inevitably they end up back on it? I mean, we just saw that with Zach Eflin. He was scratched in his start. There was some hope that he wouldn't go back on the IL. Now he's probably done for the season. We went through this with Rhys Hoskins. We went through this with Didi Gregorius earlier in the year. We went through this with Bryce Harper earlier in the year. So, you kind of just have to hold your breath and cross your fingers with JT Realmuto at this point. They need him in this lineup. You consider all the different injuries that they have, all the different issues that they've had. He's been playing through, according to Gene Segura, who talked after the game on Friday, he had a little bit of a shoulder tweak, now the ankle. So, even if he's not at 100%, even though he struggled a little bit at times here over the last month or so, I mean, they have to get him back in the lineup as soon as possible.
And, of course, Gregorius is on the paternity list, so that can mean any number of days. Now, Galvis did come up big yesterday. He had a very good game yesterday, but you can't depend on Galvis to be the run driver in guy on a night-to-night basis.
No, you can't, and you really kind of it seems like Didi Gregorius just can't get any, he just can't sustain momentum. Now, obviously, he's out for hopefully a great reason here. Being on the paternity list is fantastic. I myself am going on the paternity list this week. My wife she was due yesterday, so kind of just waiting here hour to hour. But it's a great thing for him. But he gets 3 doubles the other night. Now he's out again. Just like. You hope that when he comes back, he can kind of roll that momentum in and carry it into September. But, I mean, yeah, listen, counting on Freddie Galvis as an offensive force is a tough spot to be in. He's had an okay season offensively this year. OPS, I think, is in the high 600s. Flirting with 700 off and on. But, I mean, yeah, again, if for him to be hitting 6th in what you consider to be a playoff contending lineup, that's less than ideal.
Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad, who's expecting joining us here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN at Bob Wankel CB. By the way, congratulations whenever the baby comes.
Yeah, thanks. Now, if you hear anybody yell in the background and I have to cut this hit short, you'll know why.
Well, the same thing goes for Friday. If you can't come on Friday and we're 5 minutes out, you just make sure you text me and be like, bro, I'm out. All right.
Yeah, listen, I'll give you plenty of advance notice. I will let you know.
But back to the Phillies. Ranger Suarez, to me, is one of the biggest surprises right now because this is a guy who, if I remember correctly, I don't think he was even on the team to start the year, right? So he comes in, becomes the closer for a hot minute, now goes to the rotation. They've won 4 of the last 6 games that he started, and he's still got that tiny little ERA going. I mean, how crazy is it that Ranger Suarez has become one of the most dependable pitchers for this staff?
Yeah, I mean, he's been a godsend for this team really all year in any role, and I was a little bit of I guess not a naysayer, but I had some reservations about moving him out of the bullpen and into the starting rotation. I mean, you consider just how bad the Phillies bullpen had been this year and last season, and I thought to myself, like, you finally have this versatile piece, and he's pitching well, like, just don't mess with it. But obviously, out of necessity, they have to move him into the starting rotation, and really, his success is carried over, and I've been particularly impressed with the fact that in his first handful of starts as he was getting stretched out, he wasn't really using a traditional breaking pitch. I mean, it was pretty much fastball, sinker, changeup. And my belief is that long-term, he's going to have to implement some type of breaking pitch to kind of complement that current mix. Now, yesterday, with Rafael Marchand behind the plate for the first time, we actually really saw Ranger Suarez go to a slider. Like, he's in the past thrown a slider, but he hasn't done so effectively. And this season, up until yesterday, he essentially abandoned the slider altogether. Then yesterday, he added it, and he was good with it, and it was sharp. And I'll tell you what, man, if he can throw that pitch with some consistency and use it more than just a show-me pitch, and you consider how good his changeup's been and the sink that he gets on a consistent basis, Phillies really might have something here. I'm not telling you that he's an all-star. I'm not telling you that he's a number 1 or a number 2, but as a mid-rotation piece, I mean, you can feel really good right now about what this projects like going forward.
Speaking of going forward, I mean, even if the Phillies don't make the postseason this year, Bob, I mean, Ranger Suarez is now looking like he's part of your rotation next year, right? I mean, the rotation, if I'm thinking about right now, is Wheeler, Nola, Gibson, Suarez, and I guess Eflin, right? I mean, you got 5 guys, and it's like, all right, well, that actually kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, right now, considering where they're at in the season, when you project out to next season, they would have all of these guys under contract. They conceivably could have this rotation if that's what they want, unless they decide that they can flip a trade, they can add value elsewhere, maybe sign another free agent to come in. Who knows, right? But going into 2022, it does look like they have 5 viable options. Now, the one caveat with that, obviously, is the health of Zach Eflin. I mean, you're talking about a guy that's relatively young, and he has put together spurts over the last handful of years where he's been tremendous. But there has been some inconsistencies, and it looked like just as he was finally overcoming that element of his game, now he's running back into these injury issues again. And so Philly's obviously going to have to evaluate this offseason. Can he stay healthy, or is this just sort of a freak thing? I mean, I think you have to have concerns right now.
Well, also we know that because of, the close contact and the COVID thing, that holds a whole nother set of ambiguity to it because I'm not blaming anybody, but I'm just saying there's a bunch of baseball teams this year who are using that COVID list as an excuse to not bring a guy back from the regular injured list, kind of get that little extension, he was a close contact. No one's going to question them. Right. So I almost wonder was, with Eflin, with the inflammation with the knee, did they use the close contact as an excuse to kind of just set him to the side for a little bit?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think we kind of saw that with Chase Anderson earlier this season too. He goes out on the COVID IL, and I mean, he was out for quite some time. And I mean, they used the full extent of his rehab appearances in minor leagues, and then he comes back up, makes a couple of appearances, and then he's gone, And so I think the teams are probably using that within, what's reasonable. But I think that certainly having that, some teams are using that to their advantage. Real quick, just to go back to Ranger Suarez. I mean, one thing you said, will he stick in the rotation long term? I mean, I would assume so. Having a cost-controlled, productive starting pitching option, it's not easy to find those. I mean, heck, if you follow the Phillies for the last 10 years, you know that, right? So I think that they'll give him every opportunity moving beyond this season to stick in the starting rotation. And, through 5-6 starts here, like you said, they have every reason in the world to feel good about it.
Now, speaking of starters, they got 6 games coming up, 3 against the Nationals, 3 against the Marlins. 2 of those next 6 games, Zach Wheeler's on the mound. So to me, Bob, I look at this schedule, to me, it doesn't matter who the opponent is. If you can't win the 2 starts with Wheeler and you can't win the next start with Suarez and Gibson, you're not getting 4 out of 6 against the Nats and the Marlins, you're DOA, in my opinion.
I agree. I mean, I just look at it, and at this time of year, you have to start looking at the math. You don't want to shovel dirt on a team. We've seen Phillies teams in the past in that previous golden era, overcome larger deficits than this one later in the season, right? But when you just start to play with the numbers and you realize this Atlanta team has revamped itself, and it's not just going to completely fold. I mean, the Phillies have to get going here. And like you said, Zach Wheeler twice to start and end the 6-game road trip. After that Mets game where we just thought he had basically made the announcement, I am the National League Cy Young Award winner, I mean, the Phillies have lost his next 3 starts. Now, that's not entirely on Zach Wheeler, right? Like, I mean, you look at his start against Tampa Bay, Joe Girardi leaves him in, things implode in the 9th inning. Against Arizona the previous week, he goes deep into the game. Things kind of got rough later in the game, right? So it's not like it's on Zach Wheeler necessarily, but this team has to find ways to win his starts. I mean, they're not – they have to win his starts. They have to win Aaron Nola's starts. They have to probably split, the Gibson-Suarez turn through the rotation, and then they just have to prey on Matt Moore. Matt Moore is going to go up against Patrick Corbin, I believe, tomorrow night. And what you have there are basically 2 unproductive left-handed starters in their mid-30s who should get beat around. So that game to me is a toss-up. Phillies have to win 4-2. I think they have to pick up, 2 games in the next 6. I think to really kind of look at this in September and say, all right, we've got ourselves a race.
Bob, one more before I let you go. How glad should every Philly fan be that their team is not the New York Mets?
Listen, yeah. I mean, every Phillies fan should be glad. Not only has that organization not had a lot of success, but I mean, what you saw yesterday, and I know that they were doing it for a little bit longer. Nobody really picked up on it until yesterday with the thumbs down stuff, is insulting. Like they've lost 11 games in the National League East standings over the last calendar month, from July 28th to August 28th. They had a 2.5 game, or I'm sorry, what was it? A 4.5 game lead, 3.5 game lead. And now they're trailing by 7.5 games. I mean, it's absolutely absurd when you consider how poor they've played for anybody on that team to say absolutely anything about the fan base. That being said, I understand in Philadelphia and New York, sometimes we're unfair. These guys are human beings too, all that. I get it. But that was crazy town yesterday.
And also the explanation after the game made it even worse. I mean, it's one thing to just do that, right? It's another thing to have the explanation and basically blaming the fans almost. Like, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the Mets fans just completely just like destroy them the very next home game.
They should. I mean, the team has been wretched. They were a team that looked like they were going to cakewalk their way to a National League East title. I know that Jacob deGrom's out, and that matters to an extent. But what that lineup has done now for the last month and a half, I mean, it's been disgraceful. Mets fans have every right in the world to be frustrated with that team right now.
Bob Wankel, Crossing Broad, at Bob Wankel CB on Twitter. Go congratulate him. He's having a baby soon. Appreciate you jumping on, man.
Thanks. I'll talk to you soon.
Josh Hennig here, filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Still to come on the show, we'll get back to the NFL. Geoff Kerr, CBS NFL writer, CBS Sports NFL writer, will join us coming up at about 5:25 tonight. Sports Bash being brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan is now open to Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township, next to Home Depot. Visit them online at mattblattnissan.com. We'll also get your thoughts and comments coming up on the other side, 609-403-0973. DM the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Priority messaging. Thanks to First Vegas, Seattle City. We are live on YouTube and Twitter. We'll get you the latest on the Phillies lineup, the NFL news, and more right here. Josh Hennig playing for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget 97.3 ESPN.com for all your Phillies sports and South Jersey high school sports coverage.
What's up, everybody? It's Mike Gill again for my guys over at PropSwap.com and the PropSwap app. Have you checked out the new PropSwap.com? It is live. Check it out right now, where prop swappers all across the country are buying and selling sports bets. Luke Burgandy's with me here, and we've got the NFL season ready to go. But too many people, Luke, are not too high on the Eagles. Over-under win total, 6.5, 7, depending on where you get it from.
I don't know where all of this criticism is coming from. Obviously, last year's performance was not the one that they wanted to have, but it's a relatively different roster. Offensive line is improved. Everyone's back. Completely different quarterback, of course. Am I saying this team's going to win the Super Bowl this year and go 12-5? I'm not saying that. But I think 10-7 is totally in the realm of possibility. And I think 100-1, which is what they are at Borgata right now, to win the Super Bowl, is nuts. This team should be 40-1, 50-1, same spot as the Bears. As we always tell people that use PropSwap, make 2 tickets, wherever the best number is on the Eagles. I'd use a website called oddsboom.com. It shows you all the odds. Find the best casino in Jersey, bet 2 separate tickets at 100-1 on the Birds to win the Super Bowl. And then as they progress throughout the season, flip one on PropSwap for 5 times what you paid for it. And now you're free rolling that other ticket.
Yeah, and if you can take a look at strength of schedule and buy your ticket and buy, as you mentioned, 2 of those tickets and then kind of play them off each other.
Totally. Buying multiple tickets just gives you options as the season unfolds. And this team's offensive line is one of the best in the NFL. New quarterback. No one really has film on Jalen. No one knows what makes him, what his weaknesses are, what his strengths are. That's an advantage. So it makes it a lot more difficult to game plan for the Birds.
The new PropSwap.com is live. Download the free mobile app right now. It's America's marketplace to buy and sell sports bets. PropSwap.com. Thank you, Luke.
Thank you, Mike.
South Jersey's play-by-play home for the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station.
Josh Hennig, 5 o'clock hour, Sports Bash, filling in for Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. And we are live as always on YouTube and Twitter at 973 ESPN. Still to come on the show, 525, Geoff Kerr, CBS Sports, NFL writer, will join us to get latest into the NFL. Of course, we are less than 24 hours from the initial 53-man roster dropping for the Eagles and every NFL team. We are keeping you updated throughout the show on the latest from around the NFL. Some teams are making trades to get down to the 53-man, among them being the New York Football Giants, acquiring offensive lineman Billy Price from the Bengals, who can play center and guard, getting a little depth for them up north, up the pike. Of course, the Colts have placed Carson Wentz on COVID list for being a close contact. He'll miss at least 5 days, it looks like, of camp or his practices. Remember, the Colts only have one quarterback left. Sam Ehlinger got injured in the Colts game. It's just Jacob Eason and nobody else. Maybe Frank Reich get out there and throw some passes at practice. Sports Bash this hour being brought to you by Matt Black Kia. And Matt Black Kia, they want to get you approved today. It's Matt Black Kia on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. Visit them online at mattblackkia.com. With your thoughts and comments as well this hour, text board is open, 609-403-0973. DM the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. We're also live on YouTube and Twitter. You can watch the show, comment, just follow at 973 ESPN on YouTube and Twitter. Phillies lineup is out for tonight's game. 7:05 first pitch in Washington. Again, no Real Muto tonight. You got Odubel Herrera, Gene Segura, Bryce Harper, Andrew McCutchen, and then the lineup gets a little interesting. It's Brad Miller at first, Freddie Galvis at short, Ronald Reyes at third, and Rafael Marchand catching, Wheeler pitching tonight. Remember, Real Muto is going to be out for an undefined amount of time with an ankle issue. Didi Gregorius on the paternity list, so you have two guys who have been picking up steam hitting-wise who are both going to miss time. And so that's why neither one of them are in the lineup tonight. So definitely something to keep an eye on, and we will keep you updated on the Phillies situation. They didn't put JT Realmuto on the injured list. So definitely interesting to keep an eye on situation with the Phillies, because if they're going to have more guys go on the injured list, what do? They're going to expand the rosters a little bit coming up. Who do you call up? Who do you acquire? I mean, I don't really think there's a better option available in free agency per se. Not like the situation is ideal right now. So, like I said, definitely we'll keep an eye on the Phillies as well. For those who didn't hear earlier, Eagles have activated Landon Dickerson from the non-football injury list, and then Rodney McLeod from the physically unable to perform list. So both players are expected to land on the 53-man roster. Now, their status of when they're going to play, when they're not going to play, that's subjective. Okay? That's a situation where we don't know all the details yet. But what we do know is they are active, which means this roster is going to look a little different than you thought otherwise. So, expect with Dickerson active, that brings in the question, what happens to Dillard? What happens to Brett Toth? What happens to Matt Pryor? What happens to maybe even Nate Herbig, right? What happens to LaRaven Clark? A lot of these guys were brought in with a lot of different expectations for how they were going to compete at camp. Well, the problem is that half those guys have been injured. Clark was injured before he even got to camp. Dickerson was injured before he even got to camp. Dillard got injured at camp. And of course, who knows what exactly Brett Toth's role is because of the fact that they started him at left guard in the third preseason game next to Dillard. So who knows exactly what this team's plans are for some of these guys. It's something to very keep an eye on. And again, with the safety, look, I've said this multiple times today, and I'm going to say it again. The Eagles depth chart, you got to keep an eye on it because this team likes to do interesting things. And bringing back Rodney McLeod is no guarantee that he's going to be able to play week 1, but it is a guarantee that someone who could have made the roster if he was not activated may not make the initial 53 now. You signed Andrew Adams because he was supposed to be a special teams contributor and a backup safety. You signed Epps with the idea he was going to compete for the backup safety slot. If McLeod isn't ready to go week 1, you want Epps on the roster. You want Adams on the roster because Kavon Wallace has been injured half the month of August. Where does this leave guys like Raylan Arnold and Elijah Riley? Elijah Riley could definitely be a special teams guy like Adams is. Do you keep both? Do you keep one? A lot of interesting questions to come from this situation. Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Get to your thoughts and comments in just a moment. 609-403-0973 is text. We're also live on YouTube and Twitter at 973 ESPN. Also, you could DM the show through the 973 ESPN mobile app. Messages prioritized thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. Sticking with the Eagles thing, Jeff Bone and Pookie asks on YouTube, is Dillard practice squad eligible? Here's the thing. If you waive Dillard, someone's picking him up. There's no way he would pass through waivers to get to your practice squad. I feel pretty confident saying that because teams have already called about possibly trading for him. So if teams are calling to acquire a guy, there's no way he makes it through, makes it all the way through waivers, right? So I just don't see that happening. I don't see a guy like that being able to get through waivers, get the practice squad. He's either going to be your backup left tackle this year or he's getting traded. It's one or the other. There's no way that guy can be on the practice squad just because other teams will want him. To me, one of two things happens. Either Dillard gets traded and then Brett Toth and LaRaven Clark are your backup tackles, or Dillard makes the team and they move and they cut either Clark or Toth. That's my latest thought on exactly how that puzzle piece is going to work out. Couple texts coming in about the Phillies to get to. 609-403-0973. Tom from Margate, or as he's calling it, Margation Nation. That's different. Tom says, Josh, I wish we had Gibson and Suarez in the rotation for the beginning of the season. Do you think it's too late for the Phillies playoff hopes? I'm keeping the Prosecco on ice. So here's the thing. I mentioned a little earlier in the show. To me, Tom, I'm not trying to say that it's the end of the road, but to me, the Phillies playoff hopes come down to the next 6 games. And it's not because you're playing the Nationals and the Marlins, which are games you should win considering how depleted both those teams are talent-wise at this point. It's because in the next 6 games, you have Wheeler going twice. Wheeler goes tonight. Wheeler goes on Sunday. You also have Gibson and Suarez, as you previously mentioned, going Friday and Saturday. And you have Nola on Wednesday. Matt Morris pitching for you tomorrow. So just based on who you have taken the mound for the next 6 games, You have to win these games coming up. If you don't take at least 4 out of 6 of the next 6 games, I'm not going to tell you the Phillies are dead, but I'm going to tell you their odds of winning the division drop significantly, like cut them in half, I would say. Because this team has to start winning the games they're supposed to. You know, part of the reason why we were so angry with them in the 4 straight losses to the Diamondbacks is because the Diamondbacks are a horrible baseball team. They have one of the worst records in all of baseball. And at one point, you lost 4 straight for the weekend, 3 straight. You lost 4 straight, then you won 3 straight. What do I do with that? I have no idea. And by the way, you scored 7 runs in 3 straight games for the first time the entire second half of the season. What's that all about? Now, if you can continue some of this hitting and you can take some of this advantage of these pitching matchups, and by the way, the 3 games after the next 6, you got the Brewers, and you're missing all the Brewers' best pitchers. No Woodruff, no Corbin Burns, no Peralta. You don't have to see any of those guys in the Brewers series. So then, if you can win it 4 out of 6, you go into the Milwaukee series riding high thinking you could beat the Brewers 2 out of 3. Then you come home against some more blah teams. Rockies for 4, Cubs for 3. And then you get the spiraling Mets that next weekend. And then following that, you have the Orioles and the Pirates. So the schedule is winnable, Tom and Margate, but they got to start winning it. So to me, the playoff hopes depend on this road trip. I'm not saying they're dead. I'm just saying they're very close to being cooked. Now, on the flip side, the team you're competing with, the Braves, remember, you got to play the Braves near the end of the season. The second to last series of the year is in Atlanta, September 28th through September 30th. So these next few weeks for both teams are going to become a big deal. The Braves' schedule is not exactly that much harder. Because while you're playing the Nationals and the Marlins, the Braves have a hard series and an easy series. The Braves are on the middle of a road trip starting tonight, where they got 3 in Los Angeles and they got 4 in Colorado. Now remember, it's a lot different playing the Rockies in Colorado than on, when you're in your own house. And by the way, for the Dodgers got Buehler tomorrow night and Scherzer on Wednesday. Then the Braves got the Rockies, then the Nationals, then the Marlins, then the Rockies again, then they got the Giants. So while the Phillies are playing easier opponents overall, the Braves are going to be able to pick up some ground too with the Rockies, the Nationals, and the Marlins. By the way, they played the Rockies twice. Remember the Phillies played the Diamondbacks 7 games recently, this weekend, then 2 weeks ago. The Braves got at Colorado for 4, and then back Colorado coming to them, the Rockies, for 3 in Atlanta. So the Braves' schedule is not exactly harder than the Phillies, but it's not 100% easier either. Get some more of your thoughts and messages coming in on the text board. I see them coming in, 609-403-0973. Dan in the HC chimes in and says, the odds of Phillies are with the Phillies. The Braves have to cool off at some point. If it comes down to Phillies-Braves series, the Phillies should win. Just pitch around Freeman easy. Well, it's not that easy. Because people forget that, they lost Ronald Acuna for the year. But there's a guy on this team that has been really aiding Freddie Freeman, and that's Austin Riley. And the other guy is Ozzie Albies. Albie leads them in RBIs. Riley leads them in home runs. So while Freeman is arguably the star of this team, you have guys like Albies and Riley who both have more RBIs on the year than Freeman. Austin Riley is batting .304 on the year. Freeman, he's batting .297. So you could work around Freeman all you want. But you still got to deal with Riley. You still got to deal with Albies. And Dansby Swanson's got 25 home runs this year himself. In fact, when you look up and down the Braves lineup, Riley's got 28 home runs. Freeman's got 27. Dansby's got 25. Albies got 23. Remember, they acquired Jorge Soler. In the 25 games he's played in Atlanta Braves uniform, 7 home runs at batting .283. So they got some hitters on this team. You got to be careful of Atlanta. I think most people realize the Phillies pitching is stronger than the Braves overall, especially if everybody's healthy. Because you look at the Braves starters, it's not exactly a bunch of legends, okay? You know, Charlie Morton is, I guess he'd be their best pitcher at this point. But even he has a 3.6 ERA. Drew Smiley's got a 4.54. Ian Anderson's been injured for part of the year. He's come back, but he's not exactly pitching lights out. He's good, but not great. Max Fried was injured part of the year. He's picked up steam, pitched a little bit better. So for the Braves, got to be careful. I understand what Dan HT is saying, though. The Phillies should win these games, but they got to win them. Like I said, the next 9 are crucial. You're on the road, you got to win. It's as simple as that. More text coming in, 609-403-0973. Tom from the Villas giving me what I asked for. So I asked Tom from the Villas, he said he was having proper 12 over the weekend, and I wanted a report from a real whiskey drinker, because I'm not a real whiskey drinker, okay? I've heard people love it. I've heard people hate it. So I need to know from Tom from the Villas about proper 12. Here is the report from Tom from the Villas. Proper 12. It was good, not great. Had a little bit of a burn to it, but smooth for the most part. The taste was okay. Not worth what I spent on it, though. If someone offered it to me, I'd take it, but I'll never buy it again. For Irish whiskey, I'll stick with Jameson. That's from Tom in the Villas. All right, so it seems to me that what you're saying follows up with a lot I've heard other people say. I've seen people online say that proper 12 is a little expensive. It's not worth what you pay for it. So to me, a proper 12 is less expensive, or someone gave it to you, like you said, it'd be more in the range. Good, but not great. See, that's the problem with these name brands. And then this is a problem when it comes to all types of products out there, right? The name brand ups the price, but it doesn't up the quality. Sounds like that's what I'm getting from Tom in the Villas. But thank you for your report on proper 12. That's what I needed. 609-403-0973. Text says the Rockies have the second best home record in baseball. It is definitely tough series for the Braves coming up. It is. And listen, if I can just double check one thing here. What pitchers do the Braves face? Because they got to face Marquez. That's going to be the toughest of all. Because Marquez is far and away their best pitcher. When the Braves go to Colorado, they do get Marquez for one of those games. So they got Gray, Sensatella, Marquez, Gumber. So, and the Braves are sending out there Inoa, Anderson, Smiley, Morton. So Marquez is going against one of the poor pitchers for the Braves. Morton going against one of the lesser pitchers for the Rockies. So that's a split right there down the middle. Then it comes down to the other 2 games. Yeah, man, I just feel like this road trip for the Braves is going to be tough, which is why the Phillies got to take advantage of their road trip. You got the Nationals and the Marlins. They get the Brewers with none of their best pitchers. The Phillies got to win these games if they're going to be serious contenders for the National League East. Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN, being brought to you by Dell. For your small business needs, call a Dell Technologies advisor today at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL. We'll get back to the NFL conversation next. Geoff Kerr, CBS Sports, joins the show. Coming up next. Of course, we will get to Geoff. He will have all the latest on the NFL. And, of course, I just literally hit the wrong button, so I must just completely ruin something I was doing over here. Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. We'll get to Geoff Kerr. Looks like about 5:30 tonight. We'll be getting with him. Talk about the NFL here on 97.3 ESPN. Let's get one more text in here. Texture says, Phillies playoff hopes depend on the Braves losing. It does, because the Phillies dug themselves this hole. Listen, you go back to the Phillies schedule. You got swept by one of the worst teams in baseball, Arizona, in Arizona. And you lost 2 out of 3 against the Cincinnati team with Wheeler and Nola on the mound. You won the game with Moore on the mound against the Reds' best pitcher. So those 2 series to me really put them between a rock and a hard place. Losing 2 straight to Tampa is not the end of the world. They're one of the best teams in baseball. But there was a point there before you won the last 3 games, you lost 4 straight to Arizona. That's a bad situation to be in. Okay? I just can't get behind a team that has trouble winning games they're supposed to win. It's just how I look at it, okay? So to me, that's what I'm saying. The next 9 games are going to be crucial for the Phillies. Yes, you need the Braves to lose some of their games, but you desperately got to go on a winning streak. I'll say it again. Wheeler against the Nationals, Wheeler against the Marlins. Those are 2 games you got to win. Gibson and Suarez, Friday and Saturday this upcoming weekend. Got to win those 2. And that leaves the Moore and the Nola game coin flips because of how those 2 guys have pitched. And then you go to Milwaukee and you are not facing any of their best pitchers. No Woodruff, no Peralta, no Burns. These 9 games, you win 6 out of the next 9, you got a chance. You do anything less than that, you cut the playoff odds in half. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We're live on YouTube and Twitter, where you can join the conversation at 97.3 ESPN. CBS Sports NFL writer Geoff Kerr will join us on the other side right here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN.
Turn it on. Leave it on. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
It's back to school, and at Matt Blatt Kia, our math is easy. Put 0 down, make 0 payments for 90 days, or pay 0% financing for 60 months on every new 2022 Kia Stinger and Sportage in stock. Plus, we need your trade. We'll even buy it for cash, even if you don't buy a Kia from us. Used car values are at an all-time high. Your car may be worth more than you think. Worried about your credit? Forget it. We finance your future, not your past. All new 2021 Kia Niro EXEV with 0 due at signing and 0 security deposit. Lease just $275 per month. It's basic math. 0 down, 0 payments, or 0 interest for 60 months.
Gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
Offers with approved Tier 1 and 2 credit through Kia Motors Finance. Not all will qualify. 0% based on 1667 per 1,000 borrowed. Negative equity financed into new loan. Niro 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Excludes taxes, title, license, and doc fee. Offers don't combine. Call 877-289-6670 or go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details. Expires 9/6/2021.
Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
And now on Route 37 in Toms River.
Are wasp, ants, spotted lanternflies, or bed bugs bugging you? Viking Pest Control can protect your home or business. For a limited time, new Viking Pest customers save $50. Get a free quote at VikingPest.com.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 973ESPN.com.
5:30 here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We are live as always on YouTube and Twitter, where you can watch the show, join the conversation at 973 ESPN. We have plenty of text messages come in this hour, 609-403-0973. You can also direct message the show through the 973 ESPN mobile app. Download it for free. Thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle City. This hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by Matt Black Kia. Matt Black Kia, they want to get you approved today. It's Matt Black Kia on the Black Horse Pike at Garber Township. You can visit them online at mattblackkia.com. We'll be catching up with Geoff Kerr from CBS Sports NFL writer in just a little bit here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM. Geoff joins us every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday to talk Eagles and NFL on the show here on 97.3 ESPN. So I want to give you a quick update on some of the NFL news that has happened so far today. We mentioned earlier in the show, the Philadelphia Eagles, they have activated Landon Dickerson and Rodney McLeod, which means that they now have some very interesting decisions to make about guys like, for example, what happens to Andre Dillard? Do they trade him? Do they keep him? What do they do with him? Okay. Another thing to keep in mind. What do they do at safety? Listen, Kevon Wallace hasn't played at all this month. Like barely at all. He's been injured most of the month. What do they do at safety? If McLeod is ready for week 1, that changes the entire dynamic of the lineup, because if McLeod can't play week 1, you assume it's Marcus Epps and Harrison Smith. If McLeod is good to go, it's going to be McLeod and Anthony Harris. Harrison Smith still plays for the Vikings. Anthony Harris plays for the Eagles. former Viking. So what do the Eagles do at safety? You know, Elijah Riley played very well in the preseason. You brought in Adams here to be a special teams guy and safety depth. So what happens at safety? I mentioned the offensive line. I have a lot of questions. I thought Brett Toth earned himself a roster spot this year. You brought in LaRaven Clark to be a backup tackle. What happens at that position? A lot of questions to be answered with your Philadelphia Eagles. Listen, on the same day that we saw the former 21st overall pick of the 2018 NFL draft, Billy Price, was traded from the Bengals to the Giants for a defensive lineman, B.J. Hill, and a conditional 7th round pick. So you got depth in New York, but you didn't get a huge haul for him. You got a player who gives the Bengals depth at a position of need and a conditional pick. So as a result, what happens then? What do you do with the depth? I think it's something to keep a very close eye on, because what the Eagles do with the initial 53 is not the final 53. You heard Jeff Mosher mention it earlier on the Sports Bash. We saw what the Eagles did last year. Multiple times, the Eagles turned around and said, we're going to make multiple moves during the week. We're going to bring up guys for the practice squad. We're going to shuffle guys in and off injured lists. Guys are in and out of practice. This guy didn't practice. Now, as I told Jeff earlier, I anticipate the Eagles to be a little bit less conspicuous and a little bit less manipulative with their injury reports as Doug Peterson was last year. Doug Peterson had this stupid idea that he was keeping a competitive advantage by not putting out all the information, which I thought was ridiculous. It was just intellectually dishonest. All right. At some point, it just felt like Doug was just going nuts last year. So to get back more into the NFL right now, Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, joins us as promised here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. And Jeff Kerr's appearance on the Bash is being brought to you by the expert solar team of New Jersey, EMT Solar and Roofing, and the Solar Guardians. Start your solar journey today by visiting ESPNsolar.com. And Jeff Kerr joins us right now on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Jeff, how's it going?
Pretty good, Josh. The NFL world is going absolutely bonkers right now with cut down day and trades, and Eagles aren't helping matters because they got a backup quarterback, even though it was a pretty good trade.
All right, so you brought up the quarterback thing, and we'll bring it up real quick here, okay? Before we get to the Dickerson-McLeod stuff. Here's my position. You know why they traded for Gardner Minshew? One, because Nick Mullins' arm is a noodle at this point after having surgery. And two, because David Caldwell now works in the Eagles front office. And David Caldwell drafted Minshew. And we saw with Howie, whether it was Joe Douglas, whether it was Andrew Berry, whether it was John Dorsey, whether it's Andy Weidel, and now Dave Caldwell, all these guys get in his ear, and all of a sudden Howie ends up acquiring guys these people drafted.
Exactly. And you know what, Josh, you nailed it right on the head. Dave Caldwell was probably the number one reason. He drafted Gardner Minshew with a 6th-round pick. He knew all the Eagles needed to do was give up pretty much a 6th-round pick for a guy who wasn't going to play in Jacksonville anymore. Once Trevor Lawrence was drafted at the number 1 overall pick, that was it. That quarterback competition was an absolute joke. My colleague, Pete Prisco at CBS, said all that did was stunt Trevor Lawrence's development for what it was worth. And playing Gardner Minshew, okay, so you're going to trade him for what? A 6th-round pick? You could have got a 6th-round pick for him anyway. Like, he's a proven backup quarterback in this league. And I got to be honest with you, Josh, I think the Eagles kind of took him away from the Cowboys because the Cowboys have been in the market for a backup quarterback. They are not happy with Cooper Rush right now. They are not happy with Ben DiNucci, obviously. Ben DiNucci might get cut. So they needed somebody, and the Eagles just kind of said, we'll take Gardner Minshew for a 6th-round pick. No problem. It's a great deal for the Eagles. It's a great deal for the Jaguars. Joe Flacco's been okay this preseason. I'm not going to go wow over a performance against the Jets scrubs, and I'm definitely not – I wasn't impressed with Nick Mullins at all, as you said, Josh. Noodle arm, he coming off elbow surgery, he wasn't the same Nick Mullins he was in San Francisco. So this is an excellent trade for the Eagles, and it's clear-cut Gardner Minshew is QB2 at this point.
Now, I know that there were people – Jeff, listen, I took a personal day for the first time on a Saturday in 5 years. Okay. That happens to be the day that every person, I'm being nice here, decides to text into shows saying that this is all about Deshaun Watson. Well, I don't know if you saw the video, but last night, Drew Rosenhaus comes out and says Deshaun Watson's going to the Dolphins probably. And then today, the Texans come out and say, if Watson's on our team, he's inactive every week. It sounds like more and more that Watson is not coming to Philadelphia, and that's either Miami or commissioner's exempt list to me.
Yeah. Well, one, I think the Eagles were the team. I don't know if you saw the Mike Lombardi report. I don't want to say I can confirm that or deny that because who knows? Mike Lombardi definitely has an in here. And there was a team that offered Houston basically a king's ransom for Deshaun Watson. I have a feeling that was the Eagles, but maybe the Eagles felt they offered too much and Houston never responded. But here's the key to all this. Deshaun Watson has to waive his no trade clause to come here, which he really shouldn't have at this point. I mean, he lost that. In my opinion, he lost that right by all his all-season accusations. But again, it's in his contract. He has a full no-trade clause. He can decide to go wherever he wants to go. And if he really wanted out of Houston that bad, he'd probably be a Philadelphia Eagle right now. But he doesn't want to go there. He wants to go to either the Miami Dolphins, maybe the Carolina Panthers, maybe the Denver Broncos. But if he wants to go to Miami and Miami's willing to trade for him, so be it. Oh, and by the way, Miami probably doesn't have to give up an extra first-round pick because they have a trade asset. It's Tua Tagovailoa. Same with the Eagles. They had a trade asset in Jalen Hurts. But, again, I think Houston would rather have Tua at this point.
All right, let's get back to the Eagles specifically. They activated Dickerson. They activated McLeod today. These are the big deal, Geoff, because to me, those are two position groups, offensive line and safety. A lot of questions. Start with the offensive line. Obviously, Dickerson can play center and guard. We don't know his full timetable to play. He was limited at practice today. But what we do know is this. Brett Toth, Andre Dillard, LaRaven Clark, Sua Opeta, and Matt Pryor. Those are 5 guys who may or may not be in an Eagles uniform in 24 hours.
You know, Josh, I just put in my 53-man roster projection after the Landon Dickerson news. I got Clark making it. I got Toth making it. I got Dillard making it. I don't think Opeta is going to be on this team, and I think they'll probably try to trade Pryor. And again, I gotta give credit where it's due. And I talked to John McMullen about this. The Eagles do really have like 13 to 15 linemen that should be on the NFL rosters. All those guys are going to find a home. It just won't be with the Philadelphia Eagles. They are very deep at those positions, and that's where it's going to be tough. Who do you get rid of? Brett Toth deserves to be on an NFL team, and the Eagles have developed this guy. Like I don't think they really want to get rid of him. And he can play center, he can play guard, he can play tackle. I would keep him around. Sua Opeta, I didn't see enough of him this preseason to warrant keeping. But again, he deserves to be on an NFL roster somewhere. He's not that bad of a football player. So unfortunately, he's on the chopping block. LaRaven Clark, I think the Eagles like him. I think they want as much tackle depth as they can. Dickerson obviously adds a little bit more to the mix here because he's going to compete for a starting job at some point. And Matt Pryor, I think they could trade. He's got plenty of experience there. So again, I think you're going to see the Eagles acquire some extra draft picks. Probably they might get the draft pick back that they got for Gardner, that they gave away for Gardner Minshew.
That's a very interesting because I've seen a lot of reports going on the last few days that teams aren't, and Albert Breer said this in his MMQB article today. I've heard multiple people report this the last few weeks. Teams are calling the Eagles about offensive linemen. And I've already seen Billy Price get traded from the Bengals to the Giants for a player and a conditional pick. That makes me wonder, Geoff, is there a possibility that the Eagles will use one of these offensive linemen to get somebody for the 53-man roster?
Oh, they will. They will try to upgrade somewhere. And, when they first traded for Gardner Minshew, I actually thought they were going to trade a player to Jacksonville, like an offensive lineman, for example, because Jacksonville needs them. But for a 6th-round pick, I'm like, okay, this is an even better deal, because now you still have Matt Pryor, Sua Opeta, Andre Dillard. You got a bunch of players here that you can finagle to other teams. And again, that's credit to the Eagles front office. That's credit to Jeff Statland. That's credit to everybody on that offensive line coaching staff that develops these guys. And yeah, you're right, Josh. They will probably trade it for a player at some point, or maybe they might get a higher D3 pick than we expect. We're probably thinking, they'll only get 6th or something, but if you look at it, they might get a 5th, which is pretty impressive for a guy who's not even going to see the field for them, not even going to make their 53-man roster. Again, one man's trash is another man's treasure. And not that these guys are trash, but they're trash for the Eagles. That's just how deep they are on the offensive line. But I would love to see him try to get like a backup safety, for example. I think that would be a nice little move for them. I don't think they need help at linebacker. defensive line, I'm pretty sure they're safe there. I would like to see personally, and this is very rare, but the veteran wide receiver, anybody. I think they need somebody there. I don't think I have them going with 6 wide receivers for now, but obviously that's going to change.
Let's get the safety here because obviously McLeod, his status for week 1 is still in the air. But Geoff, we had an entire month where Kevon Wallace was injured on and off. He signed Andrew Adams to be a special team / veteran backup. Epps played well this month in games and in joint practices. So did Elijah Riley. So what are you doing at safety now that McLeod is activated?
I had Elijah Riley making this roster, but they trade for somebody. I don't know if Elijah Riley makes the cut. But here's the thing. I don't know if he can go to the Eagles practice squad because I think someone's going to take him. He had a really good preseason for them. Andrew Adams, I think, unfortunately, he'll be a veteran cut. He is a good special teamer, but you can find them a dime a dozen. And, the Eagles save some cap room by actually cutting him. And look, I think Elijah Riley just outplayed him. I wouldn't mind with them rolling with Marcus Epps week 1, but against that Atlanta passing attack, you got to hope Rodney McLeod is back in some way, shape, or form. That way Epps can be the number 3 safety. And again, this all comes down to Kevon Wallace. Kevon Wallace is, as you said, Josh, on and off with injuries. That's what concerns me about this position. So if they can get a veteran safety in there, remember when they traded for Rudy Ford a couple years ago? I would like to see him get a player like him.
Geoff Kerr, CBS Sports, joining us here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, at Geoff Kerr CBS on Twitter for all your NFL and Eagles coverage. Joins us every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, being brought to you by EMT Solar and Roofing and Solar Guardians. Geoff, let's look at the Eagles overall. How many changes is this roster going to have in the next several days? Because obviously tomorrow at 4 p.m. is one roster, but whoever plays week 1 is probably going to be a different roster.
It's always like that, Josh. Everybody we think is going to be on the initial.
But hold on, Geoff. We haven't had 12 days from the initial 53 to the actual start of this season. This gap of time is, honestly, it's ridiculous.
I was joking with my bosses at CBS because I'm off Wednesday and Thursday. They wanted to give me like a break. And I'm like, are you guys sure you want to do that? There's going to be signings and trades all over the place. And they're like, yeah, I know. We're going to regret this. But, it is what it is. But, 12 days, this is what happens when you cut the preseason. Why didn't they make the preseason later? Why didn't you start the preseason later? Or, I'm going to go back to what I've told Mike Gill a bunch of times here. Why don't we start the season on Labor Day weekend like we used to? And things will be better. But no.
I will answer that. I will tell you why. Because college football week 1 is Labor Day weekend. And there's $1 billion being spent by these television networks for college football Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That Notre Dame game is on Sunday, by the way. Sunday evening. And you have Ohio State playing Thursday night. You have a ton of games on Saturday. The NFL is staying as far away from college football as possible because the networks have told them to.
Which is hilarious because when Paul Tagliabue ran the ship, he didn't care. We're going to have Monday Night Football on Labor Day. Who cares, right? And, they got a 15 rating, and, it was ridiculous. And, again, this is back when cable was early in existence here. But still, people are going to watch college football and the NFL. If we have both on the same weekend, I'd be going absolutely crazy. And, again, I don't need a college football game to compete with Sunday Night Football, but we can have college football Thursday and Friday. We don't have to have the Thursday kickoff game. Everything can be Sunday, and then we can have a big Monday night game. Hell, we can have a Tuesday game if we want. I don't care. Again, I would love to see the NFL go back to Labor Day weekend. That was the best time for me as a kid because 1, I knew I was off Monday so I could watch all the games. And 2, it was just a weekend full of football. As a Penn State fan, Penn State, Wisconsin, Saturday. Can you imagine Eagles, Falcons, Sunday? I began the best of both worlds. Week 2 of college football doesn't just hit the same as week 1 does.
Geoff, before I let you go, I wanted to ask you about the NFL's announcement today of their betting partnership. The reason I bring this up is because of who's not on the list.
Caesar.
Because not Caesars, not FanDuel, not DraftKings. It literally is everyone else. And honestly, Geoff, I kind of gave it the side eye because for years, the official fantasy sports partner was either DraftKings or FanDuel for every team. Now, both of those organizations thought they were getting an in with the NFL when they came with the sports books, and now they're being told, get out of here, we're going with somebody else.
And it's hilarious because Caesars is kind of partnered with CBS, which is one of the NFL's broadcast partners, but Fox Bet is too, which is interesting. And I remember a couple weeks ago, I went to Lincoln Financial Field for a media tour, and they had the Fox Bet Lounge. I said, what's going on here? Like, why were you partnering with Fox Bet? And then it kind of hit me, when everything came out today. But yeah, I agree, Josh. Like, all of a sudden you're ostracizing FanDuel and DraftKings because they're the leaders in the clubhouse and they're good at everything they do. It's almost like, okay, we don't need FanDuel and DraftKings to be the monopoly, so we got to do this, and we got to give Fox Bet a chance. We got to give this irrelevant points bet. Oh, fast! Now we get to see Allen Iverson go fast every Sunday. So again, we get to see Paige Spernak every week.
Is that who that woman is? I've always wondered who that woman is on that Fox points bet thing.
Yeah, it's so funny. Like my dad said, wait, isn't that the golfer? I said, yep, that's her. So
okay, that's her. All right.
Yeah, so that's how I laugh about the whole thing. And it's oh, by the way, PointsBet's kind of with NBC too. So it's again, as a CBS employee, we're kind of getting the shaft here because we're with William Hill, now Caesars. So again, it's just a weird thing who they picked. Like when I first read, I'm like, FanDuel, and where's FanDuel? Where's DraftKings at?
Right. Where's Caesars?
Yeah.
Caesars William Hill is the official sports book of ESPN, for example.
Yeah.
Okay. So you told ESPN and CBS bye-bye, and you said thumbs up to Fox Bet?
Yeah, I don't get it. And plus, I mean, Josh, FanDuel's programming. Like overall, like they're everywhere right now. Like their shows are legit good. And
promo code Hennig right here. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Like Ariel Epstein's one of the best in the business right now, and you're given shows like The Morning After or Shaft. Are you kidding me right now? Like it's the same with DraftKings. Like you're literally ostracizing them. They're the two I use. Like, and I'm not even a gambler, but the apps I have, FanDuel, Caesars, and DraftKings. I mean, really, they're it. And I just do that to check lines and stuff. I don't even bet. So it's really interesting for sure. And I'm curious to see what other leagues do over the coming months. Like, because I feel like they can take advantage of the whole FanDuel DraftKings thing now that the NFL decides to say, oh, bye-bye, we don't need you because, oh, by the way, you made our league even more popular when ratings were going down.
Right. By the way, if for anybody who hasn't read it, I interviewed the author a couple of years ago, $1 billion Fantasy, about the war between FanDuel and DraftKings over the last 10 years. It was by Sports Illustrated's Albert Chen. Must read. Read that book and then look at this NFL news. You are going to lose your mind. We think we're talking about it now? Read that book. It's called $1 Billion Fantasy by Andrew Chen. It's a must read because that book really breaks down how much FanDuel and DraftKings have invested getting into the NFL.
By the way, John, I got to point this out, and I have a lot of friends that are like this. I swear, like everybody calls the NFL now, oh, it's like arena football. They do that for fantasy and betting. That's why they do it. That's why the rules are so light. Like, I watch a ton of 80s, 90s football games. There's barely any mention of fantasy football. And that was when it was kind of getting popular in its infancy. Like, when Fox debuted the ticker, like, everybody's like, oh, you can check your fantasy scores. I'm like, who cares? Like, now it's, oh, CeeDee Lamb, he got a touchdown against my favorite team, but he's on my fantasy team. Like, come on, man. Like, it's definitely.
Red Zone, man. That's what Red Zone's for.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Red Zone's for. So watch Red Zone. Like, again, like the NFL tries to ostracize the two things why people still watch football. Because I think football's range would go even more down. And again, this is the power of the NFL. But football's range would go even more down, just like baseball, just like basketball, just like all of them, if fantasy football and sports betting, daily sports betting weren't on top.
Geoff Kerr, CBS Sports, at Geoff Kerr CBS on Twitter. Check him out. He'll be back on Wednesday edition of the show. Geoff, have a good one. We'll catch you Wednesday.
Yeah, sounds great. Thanks, Josh.
And for those who are looking at me on the video stream, I keep looking up because I just heard a huge crack of thunder outside. It's apparently downpouring outside the studio. So hope everyone's out and about right now. Please drive safe. Please be careful. We'll wrap up the show coming up the other side. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on The Bash.
This is the radio home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles open the 2021 season next Sunday in Atlanta against the Falcons.
Lion back. Here comes the rush. He's hit. They've got him back at the 35.
Pre-game coverage begins at noon. Merrill and Mike call all the action starting at 1. This is where the Eagles play. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
On some models excludes Corvette with GM financing. Excludes price sale. See dealer for details.
Have you seen what some dealers are now charging for new cars and used vehicles? It's outrageous. But at Bennett Chevrolet, you still pay what GM supplier employees pay for brand new Chevys. Plus, Bennett gives you all the rebates. That's not either or. You get both. And that can save you up to 25% off MSRP. And Bennett has 0% financing available to save you even more. Got a trade? Bennett's paying top dollar. And we mean top dollar. A minimum $7,000 towards any pre-owned in stock. That's a minimum $7,000 for any old clunker you can tow to our lot. And if it's in good shape, we'll pay more. And we'll buy your vehicle even if you don't buy one of ours. And Bennett makes it so easy. No sales pressure, no negotiating, just pure joy. Because our non-commissioned sales staff is paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. So you can see why nobody beats Bennett Chevrolet. Nobody. Find new roads at Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
College football is back, and FanDuel Sportsbook is making Week 1 even more exciting. Right now, all customers get a risk-free bet on any Week 1 game. That's right. Penn State versus Wisconsin, Clemson versus Georgia, Alabama versus Miami. Place a bet on any Week 1 college football game and get a refund in site credit if you don't win. Offers like this are just one of the many reasons I love betting college football on FanDuel Sportsbook. They're the #1 rated sports app in America because FanDuel is easy to use, safe, and secure with fast payouts. New to FanDuel Sportsbook? Sign up with the promo code Hennig to also get a risk-free bet up to $1,000. That's promo code Hennig for new users on FanDuel Sportsbook. Must be 21 or to play and present in New Jersey. Refund issues non-withdrawable site credit that expires in 7 days. Max refund $10 unless otherwise indicated. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
All right, wrapping up the show. Wild show today. A lot to get to. Thanks to all the messages that came in through the text board. Also, you watching on 97.3 ESPN on YouTube and Twitter. Thanks again to Geoff Kerr, Bob Wankel, Jeff Mosher, Mike McGarry, and Kevin McCormick for joining the show. If you missed any interviews from the show today, you can go check them out tonight on YouTube channel at 97.3 ESPN or by listening on 97.3 ESPN. Next hour to the best of the Sports Bash. I'll be back in here tomorrow for Mike Gill as well. Talk more Phillies and Eagles. Remember, Eagles have to have 53 by 4 p.m. tomorrow. So tomorrow is an important day in the upcoming week for your Philadelphia Eagles We'll be covering it all right here on 97.3 ESPN FM and 97.3 ESPN.com. Don't forget the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free. Thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. Have a great night.
New Jersey car owners, stop what you're doing and come see AJ, the trade-in man, at